Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah. Ayandaba,
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itulo ni otun ese, ifalo ni konfa imora, aibinu gbogbo atare, gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Wọ́n wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Akọbi Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fúnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
All right, all right, all right. So let me move this back a bit. So, or let me move my seat back a bit. So I'm not sure that thing is cutting my head off so much. So all right, yes. Otumba Sobe, Baba Jebu, and all that. So there it is. So the weekend comes to a close. Another week sets upon, and the cycle of life carries on. So there it is. So you know all those this moment that I'm speaking to you now, as you're hearing my voice now. These are moments that would never repeat in life. So that is why they said to make the most of the time you spend here. So make the most of the time you spend here, and making that most is spending time with your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow, the eagle has landed. And by the way, that's from an old movie. I can't quite remember. I think the movie is actually titled "The Eagle Has Landed" as well, but it's from those black and white movies. The one thing that came out of that movie is that particular phrase, "The eagle has landed." So one man went to mow, the eagle has landed. Good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So there it is. Good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hope you've had a very relaxing weekend and you are energized for the week to commence. So that's how it goes. You know, I've often thought that the working week should be no more than 4 days. You know, if you take 5 days, if weeks run in cycles of 5 working days and 2 days of rest, it's essentially a slave capture. So you are slave captured to the intransigencies of life. You know, I don't agree with that. A working week should not be more than you should work to live, not live to work. So if you have a working week of 5 days with 2 days of respite, then you are essentially living to work. And by the time work is done with you, you are in no fit state to live. So really, there's that argument that the working week should be no more than 5 days. If that is accepted as a universal standard, then life will be a lot better for everyone. So that would be a lot better for everyone. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you and all that. So another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session is baked into the tapestry of life. That as soon as roundabout, thereabout, whatever time it starts, I was going to say as soon as 10 p.m., but I don't start on time. So as soon as roundabout, whenever the one thing that is guaranteed is that at some point in the course of your day, you will have an encounter with that bald-headed man from Akimori. One man went to mow. So that is this encounter now. So encounter it. How are you? So yes, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So click on that. You're being encouraged by Niger Man, and I'm directing that you should do it. So do it. Let's use the power of hypnosis like Professor Pella or whatever. So click on the like button right now. So do that immediately and right now. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. It's a matter of the YouTube algorithm and how it rates us in the hierarchy of things. So click on like and click on subscribe. So do that immediately and right now. So do those. And then if you want to be an active participant in the One Man Way Tomorrow experience, click on this hyperlink that says, pardon me. If you want to be an active participant in the One Man Went Tomorrow experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space similar to a green room. So it will pop you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the discussion points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll invite your thoughts. Then, of course, then I will hold a contrary view to whatever your thoughts are. So just so that a conversation can I think a lot of you may have picked up on that. Sometimes, often instances, I'm deliberately contrarian in order to press that conversation to get to the essence of it. So that's how it works. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be part of the thrust and parry, that is the fencing match that is one man went to mow. So do those. And then the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen, click on that as well. Super chat, super sticker, super whatever it is towards the platform. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats, as I said. We mixed it just by a smidgen yesterday, but not often do we miss it. So click on the dollar sign, super chat, super whatnot towards the stream. So do all those things, and then a strange thing will happen to you. If you do all the things that I've just directed, a strange thing will happen to you. Your whole body will suddenly be subsumed with a feeling of glow, of warmth, of well-being. So your body will be subsumed with a feeling of warmth if you do all those things I've just directed. Like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Make sure you're sharing the link in the streams in those spaces that you go on social media, those old WhatsApp groups, the old school WhatsApp groups, etc., your clan, whatever it is that you hate each other there, just pop the links in there. So just share the links and all those lovely things. So do all those things. So do all those things. Play that funky music for me, white boy. Essentially is what I'm saying. Play that funky music for me, white boy. So there it is. As seems to be the custom over the last few sessions, we'll be interspersing, although we only have just a couple of video clips, by the way, but we'll be interspersing video clips with readouts. And also the room needs populating. Anybody that wants to hop on. So all those things. Let's kick it off with this. Often on this platform, I'm not sure if we kid ourselves or not, that people in power listen to this platform. I suspect we kid ourselves more than that actually being the case. But often instances, it happens in too many instances that things that we discuss here then suddenly comes to being as a policy of governance. So it's either that that fantasy that we have that people listen to us in power, it's either that holds true, or this space is so high functioning that we get to the solutions, and the also equally clever people in governance very quickly arrive at those solutions that we got to. So it happens too often for us not to pay attention to it. Happens too often and happens in this instance as well. So we kick it off with this. Pardon me. Yes, so we kick it off with this. Federal government deploys 10,000 Agro Rangers to boost food security. So how many times have we said to really secure food security within that country, we need forest rangers? So more or less exactly the same thing. Federal government deploys 10,000 Agro Rangers to boost food security. So there it is right there. Forest rangers, then the policy, yes, but the numbers, no. I don't think 10,000 will especially have an impact. But let's see what's in play here. Right, in a decisive move to bolster food security and protect agricultural investments, the federal government has deployed over 10,000 Agro Rangers across 19 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. This initiative was led by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corporation let's do that again. In a decisive move to bolster food security and protect agricultural investment, the federal government has deployed over 10,000 Agro Rangers across 19 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. This initiative, led by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, is part of a broader strategy by the Bola TINUBU administration to address the ongoing challenges of food production and inflation in the country. The deployment, announced by Olusegun Dada, the special assistant to the president, on social media, aims to safeguard farmlands and ensure the safety of farmers who have been increasingly targeted by violent attacks. The Agro Rangers are also tasked with mediating conflicts between farmers and herders and preventing the malicious destruction of farmlands, a growing concern in the northern region and other parts of the country. The TINUBU administration's focus on agriculture, as a pillar of national development is further underscored by the anticipated arrival of over 5,000 sophisticated farming equipment. So after this phase of whatever it is that we've gone through, I don't think Nigeria will ever experience food insecurity. In fact, I'm certain that Nigeria will never I'm certain that Nigeria would never experience food insecurity again. The only mistake that the TINUBU space made was not to open was not to open the borders for importation of food a lot earlier. If they had crashed the price of food, or if they have crashed the prices of food, then they would have been able to have that conversation about fuel subsidy, arbitrage in exchange currencies, etc. If they had done that singular act, it would have bought them the time to have the conversation with the Nigerian populace. So better late than never, but it looks as though now the penny finally drops. The penny finally drops. Right, the Agro Rangers are also tasked with mediating conflicts between farmers and herders and preventing the malicious destruction of farmlands, a growing concern in northern Nigeria and other parts of the country. The TINUBU administration's focus on agriculture as a pillar of national development is further underscored by the anticipated arrival of over 5,000 sophisticated farming equipment. These resources are expected to support the cultivation of over 10 million hectares of land, aligning with the administration's ambitious goals of enhanced food production and curb the rising food inflation crisis. As part of ongoing efforts to enhance food security in the northern region and other parts of the country, the federal government, through the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, has deployed over 10,000 Agro Rangers across 19 states and the FCT. The Agro Rangers will, amongst other things, safeguard farmlands and protect farmers from escalating attacks, mediate conflicts between farmers and herders, and prevent malicious destructions of farmlands. While the food inflation crisis in the country is a function of many factors, insecurity has been a long-term challenge, and this collaboration between the NSCDC and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is expected to solve a major challenge faced by the farmers across the country. A reminder that we are expecting to take delivery of over 5,000 sophisticated farming equipment for the first instance as the nation rounds up her effort for cultivation of over 10 million hectares of land as envisaged by the administration. While the current food inflation is influenced by multiple factors, including global economic conditions, the government's efforts to address insecurity in the agricultural sector are seen as a critical step towards stabilizing food supply and ensuring long-term food security for the nation, that I said. So there it is right there. There is no equivalent, just as implementation has always been the fourth line of the Nigerian space, but as a policy position, and then as an expected output, output as an expected result of that policy position, you cannot fault this. So this is what they are doing, and this is what they are looking to achieve. So what they are doing, what they are looking to achieve. So they are deploying strategically security forces to the food belt of the country to secure it against the excesses of marauders, and as a result of that, they are looking to achieve this. It says, whilst the food inflation is influenced by multiple factors, including global economic conditions, the government's efforts to address insecurity in the agricultural sector is seen as a critical step towards stabilizing food supply and ensuring long-term food security for the nation. So that's the last half of that is unequivocable. If there's such a word, is unequivocable. So it is unequivocable. It is without. It cannot be. You cannot equivocate it. Let me put it that way. It says The government's effort to address insecurity in the agricultural sector is seen as a critical step towards stabilizing food supply. So, without equivocation, the heartland, the heartbeat of food insecurity, the central thing to all of that is that insecurity, because it is at its most felt in our food belt. And if our food belt is completely chased away by insecurity, then of course, then we will experience a food uncertainty. So that is central to it. So and that is where the food. So you cannot equivocate that, but the implementation and then the outcome is where the magic needs to happen. So says our agricultural sector is seen as a critical anyway, I've read it, so you understand it. So let me not go over it again. So there is that, but it's just the 10,000. And who are these people even? Food rangers or agro rangers. Essentially, see them as forest guards. So as 10,000 forest guards, I don't think will suffice for that space. So let's go back then to the protest, anarchy, whatever it is that just happened, and then we do an audit of what happened there. So essentially, today being the 11th, marks the morning after the night before. So the morning after, that's not, well, it could be either way. It could be either morning, MORING, which is Aro, or it could be morning, MOURNING. It could be both. I think it's probably both. So today being the 11th of August marks the morning of the night, the morning after the night before. So the morning after the night before, this is from Punch newspaper. So this is, and by the way, I'm bringing this really off the back of conversations I was having with Adan Lekoko yesterday. Essentially, that the protest huffed and puffed, but it did not blow the house down. So there is no metric that categorizes that protest as a success, because not a single thing was achieved. 1 million man march flops. 1 million man march flops. Hunger protest quietly ends. So apart from the where are the super chats, by the way? Did nobody bring their wallets to the session today? Let's see. Apart from flashy moments in the first on the first day, nothing really has come out of that protest outside of that. So the morning after the night before, it says Solomon Adeni Dennis Naka, something, it lists the name. The 1 million man march planned by leaders of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest flopped on Saturday across the country due to a low turnout. So that 1 million man march was more the expectation of that, or how that whole protest would have gone, because often instances, anything that Ashore organizes usually a flop, isn't it? We've seen him attempt to rally people to protest severally, and it's usually him, is Man Friday, the Adenyoju, and a couple of Bobby Wine pretenders with that silly little beret making empty noise before they are kicked in the face by the police. That's usually the Shore protest. The 1 million man march planned by leaders of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest flopped on Saturday across the country due to a low turnout. In different parts of Nigeria, protesters shunned their usual meeting points, which had been occupied by security agents. Organizers of the protest had said the march would signal the end of the 10-day protest against economic hardship. In preparation for the march, security agencies deployed operatives into cities as roadblocks were mounted. The security situation, low turnout in Abuja, the security situation was the same on Saturday as the police mounted barricades on all roads leading to Eagle Square, the venue where the protesters intended to convert for the protest. Although protests were held in the Loko, Goma, and Akko areas of the FCT, the low turnout was noticeably lower compared to previous events. The protest waned in the FCT after security forces targeted leaders, arresting and shooting at protesters. Hopefully, tear gas, not live bullets. After there was calm, protesters returned to the streets. The youths who began their demonstration as early as 7 a.m. were chorusing End Hunger, Reverse Fuel Subsidy, amongst others. In Rivers State, essentially, it ended in a flop. That's just the thing. Kaduna, Kano, Katsina stopped protest. The news agency of Nigeria reported that residents of Kaduna, Kano, and Katsina states shunned the 1 million man March nationwide protest. News agency of Nigeria added that hordes, that's HORDES, of people were seen going about their business activities. Markets, motor parks, supermarkets, and other economic activities were going on unfettered. Commercial motorists and motorcyclists were also busy conveying passengers to and from their various destinations. The Kaduna state government insisted that unverified processions were not permitted in the state for reasons of safety and security. The state commissioner for so essentially it ended in a flop. So ended in a flop as was the expectation. So ended in a flop as was the ended expectation. So, and by the way, the room needs populating. I don't know what's going on here. The room always needs populating. There's not a single person there. So hold that statement in abeyance as we go to the next story. Ended in a flop as was the anticipation, as was the expectation. So ended in a flop as was the expectation. Now this, Nigerians react after 28-year-old white South African won Miss South Africa 2024. So there it is right there. So why is this an interesting story? Who would care who wins the South Africa? Let me actually look for hold on 1 second. All right. Okay. So I needed to have lined this up. So let me bring it up now. All right. So so why would whoever won Miss South Africa be a news item on a news streaming platform? So that's the question you are asking. But that question actually starts from here. So that storyline actually starts from here. So this now, the actual person that was set to win that contest is this lady right here. So her name is Chidinma Adesina. That's her name, Chidinma Adesina. But why she did not win is this headline right here. Miss South Africa contestant withdraws after mother is accused of identity theft. So a very heavy xenophobic. They were questioning her South Africanness, that she's not authentic enough to be to be a representative of South Africa, and they chased her out of that contest. She was the absolute bookmaker's favorite to win that contest. So this is the person that was set to win that contest, but she had to withdraw because she has Nigerian blood. Her father is Nigerian. She's South African by birth, by the way. Her father is Nigerian. Her mother is Mozambican, and therefore the South Africans deemed that she wasn't South African enough to be the face of their country. So they deemed that because even though she was South African by birth. But who have the South Africans deemed that was representative enough to be the public face of their country? So here it is right here. Nigerians react after 28-year-old white South African won Miss South Africa 2024. Nigerians have reacted after a model of European descent, Mia Leroux, emerged as Miss South Africa 2024. Leroux, a descendant of the Dutch settlers, who is a marketing manager, model, and part-time BCom marketing student, was born in somewhere in South Africa in Free State and raised wherever in South Africa as well. So she's of South African birth as well. So they are saying that Nigerian, of Nigerian parentage, but born in South Africa girl was not South Africa enough to be the public face of their country. But what they are presenting to be the public face of South Africa is this one of Dutch descent, of Dutch parentage, but born in South Africa. So this is the acceptable face of South Africa. 80% are black in South Africa, but there it is. Nigerians have reacted after a model of European descent, Mia Leroux, emerged as Miss South Africa 2024. Leroux, a descendant of the Dutch settlers, who is a marketing manager, model, and part-time BCom marketing student, was born in Free State. The 28-year-old South African was diagnosed with etc. etc. She won a whopping 1 million rand in cash and a brand new Mercedes-Benz CLS coupe. The glamorous event was held etc. etc. Let's actually just read it. The glamorous event was held at Sunbet Arena at Times Square in Pretoria on Saturday, August the 10th, a few days after South African-born Chidinma Adesina, who is of Nigerian and Mozambican descent, withdrew from the competition. Chidinma had been embroiled in an extensive nationality row following an uproar when she rose to the finals of the pageant. The 23-year-old law student became the subject of xenophobia and bullying on social media, with many South Africans, including cabinet ministers, questioning her citizenship. Following a probe into Adesina's citizenship, the National Department of Home Affairs earlier this week announced it has uncovered evidence that her mother allegedly committed identity fraud. Shortly after Miss South Africa organization made the announcement, Nigerians took to the comment section to react. The comment ranges from funny, angry, to sarcastic. Popular social media personality Omojuwa wrote, "A true South African in name, image, and identity. Congratulations to Mia Leroux, a fitting end to an extraordinary competition." One Tommy also wrote, "Congratulations to her. Now women, I think about the..." So I don't know quite what that says. A Black African hounded out of a competition only for it to be won by an European. The jokes write itself, a South African national wrote. So this is it. And this one just put up a poster of a picture rather of Nelson Mandela with the caption, 27 years wasted. So short words but pungent. Short words but pungent. Congratulations, my darling. You deserve it. It's only logical that the real owners, it is only logical to give it to the real owners of the land. So anyway, they've always been a laughing stock, and this would make them the object of even more ridicule, these South Africans. Congratulations, my darling. So on and on it goes. So this one here, you don't even need to, it doesn't even need a caption. These are just Nigerian babes just doing that. When the Nigerian babe wants to mock you, they they ridicule you with laughter. So it is right there. So this one here, all of that xenophobia just for the crown to go to a white woman is just LMFAO. So there it is. A Black Africa. So that we've seen that one. So it's just I think actually I saw. Let me read you this quote from Mugabe. So people are going back to the Future to bring quotes that are sort of slotted this particular narrative. South Africans will kick, this is Mugabe's words of old coming back to still find truth in contemporaneous matters. It says, not surprised. South Africans will kick down a statue of a dead white man, but won't even attempt to slap a live one. Yet they will stone to death a black man simply because it's a foreigner. And I think that quote actually captures the essence of it. I think I actually saw something from Burna Boy on this as well. Let's see if we can find that bit by Burna Boy. See, he was hopping on that as well. So let's see if we can get that bit from Burna Boy, and then we'll move on. But it's just the irony is just too rich, you know. I mean, it's just is it even irony, or the lack of awareness or whatever it is just too rich. So the Nigerian black girl born in South Africa is not good enough, but the person that actually colonized and stole your land is still, you see, this is it. What was that phrase? I rescued 1,000 of them from slavery. I could have rescued more, but they did not know they were slaves. So that still applies. This is Burna Boy. It says, so after all that, Burna Boy mocks South Africans after a white South African won the Miss South Africa pageantry following the withdrawal of Chidinma Vanessa Adesina. So let's see what Burna Boy has to say. Nigerian superstar Burna Boy has reacted to a white South African woman winning the Miss South Africa pageantry following a controversy that led to the withdrawal of Chidinma Adesina. Mia LaRue is the new Miss South Africa. So, etc., etc. Let's see, what did Burna Boy say? So after all that, so that's all he said. Is that all he said? Is that all he said? Well, it didn't really have. You don't really have to say more than that. Really, it's reacting to the development. Burna Boy wrote, "So after all that," adding laughter emojis. So it's just anyway. There it is. So they will forever be empty heads in South Africa. I suspect forever be empty heads. So still within the realms of empty-headedness, there's a particular viral video that's been making the rounds all over social media. You've all seen it, of course. Is that lady then that went on to burn the passport of her husband? So let's just do a real pit stop on that. I'm not quite sure what. And by the way, that's against the law. That's an illegal act because your passport does not actually belong to you. It belongs to the sovereign state. So so let's see. Nigerian woman tears husband's passport after returning from abroad. So if you pop the bonnet of that particular incident, there'll be some side chick somewhere. It's usually a side chick narrative, isn't it? A dramatic incident unfolded at the Lagos airport on Saturday when a woman tore up her husband's international passport shortly after their arrival from abroad. The act, seen by many as vandalism of government property, has ignited public outrage and prompted calls for legal actions. The woman was heard responding in rage after being asked why she tore the passport and saying, "Is it your passport?" She later then told of her transfixed husband as she held the kid's hands out of the walkway. If you want to sleep there, sleep there. This is Nigeria. This is where you will be. So there's almost certain to be a side chick at the bottom of that narrative. Officials could then be heard consoling and telling their husband to be calm and not to say anything in response to the outburst. The woman's action have been widely condemned as both a public display of emotional distress and a serious offense, given that a passport is a document owned by the Nigerian government. So, yeah, hope she knows it is a crime for destroying government property and she can go to jail for it. Another one, I don't know why some women think so shallow. She just acted without even weighing the consequences. I won't be surprised if she later was sorry for this and rethink she did, etc., etc. Women need to stop doing things based on emotion and think logically sometimes. So, oh well, there's a time immemorial thing, isn't it? So let's just. I think we've got the video.
Just come on. Come out. If you want to sleep there, you sleep there. Come and go. This is Nigeria.
Voila. Voila. Bros, just take it easy. Just take it easy. No. That one don't do. That, no talk, you be mad. You be mad. As no talk, you be okay. As no talk, be okay. No, I say it be for side flight since. No, say it be side flight since.
So there it is. I don't want peace. I want problems. Is that not what Portable said? I don't want peace. I want problems. So I don't want problems. So I want peace. But let's go to the headline piece now. So so now we go on to this one, and this narrative has been gathering so much of it's been gathering some must. Let's put it that way. It's been gathering a little bit of must within the Nigerian space. Hopefully, it's caged and captured. But a lot of people anticipate that this will be the follow through from the protest that we just saw. So now it says, Lagos, any attempt on Ndigbo, so not attempt to, and it was So it says that Lagos, any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. This is the Ohanaeze space, stoking the embers of. This is the one thing that they need to be able to craft language better. This sort of Ohanaeze youth type spaces, that's not the language for that sort of a space anyway. Any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. Ohanaeze youth. The Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo Youth Council Worldwide, has issued a strong warning against any planned attacks on Igbos in Lagos State and other southwest regions. The group was responding to a post from a Twitter user, Lagospedia, calling for the forced relocation of Igbo people. In a statement released by the national president, Mazi Nwabweke, the council denounced the call as unpatriotic and threatening, declaring that any attacks on Ndigbo will be met with severe retaliation. The statement reads, "Enough is enough," warned that the statement titled "Enough is Enough" warned that the Igbo community would not tolerate any attempt to incite violence or undermine their presence in the country. Nwabwike reassured that let me do that again. Actually, I'm not liking how I'm reading it. Let me just read it again and then speed through it. It's a short read. Right. The Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo Youth Council Worldwide, has issued a strong warning against any planned protest on Igbos in Lagos and other southwest regions. Not regions, but region. The group was responding to a post from a Twitter user, Lagospedia, calling for the forced relocation of Igbo people. In a statement released by the national president, Mazi Nwabwike, the council denounced the call as unpatriotic and threatening, declaring that any attacks on Ndigbo will be met with severe retaliation. The statement, titled "Enough is Enough," warned that the Igbo community would not tolerate any attempts to incite violence or undermine their presence in the country. Nwabuike reassured that the Igbos are not afraid and should not be mistaken for cowards due to their past restraints. He urged those spreading divisive rhetorics to cease immediately, asserting that the Igbo people are integral to Nigeria and deserve equal respect and protection. We want to unequivocally declare today that Ndigbo are not cowards. Our forefathers were not cowards. They were brave, and so are we. We want those fanning the embers of discord not to mistake the calmness of the lion for weakness. We are not afraid and should not be pushed to the wall by faceless miscreants. Any attack on Ndigbo by anybody will be met with unimaginable retaliation. We are not second-class citizens of this country. No one is more Nigerian than the Igbos, the statement says. So yes, that space is one that should be watched with caution, because it is there. Nobody can say that it's not there. It's always been there, by the way. There's always been somewhat of a disquiet towards some of, all of those narratives that Lagos is no man's land, the disrespecting of the Oro festivals, all of those things have always been there, but it's always been managed. And hopefully, the state moves very quickly to manage it, because if it's ever going to sprout, it will spring out of Lagos State. But hopefully that space is managed by the people that should manage it. But we're seeing it coming in drips. So it came out first on this Lagospedia X handle, and then we've had several snippets on Twitter Spaces, people talking in whispers that they are disquiet about this, not the idea, but people saying, we've been hearing all the mutterings, all the whispers on Twitter Spaces, and we've seen someone who come out to address it. We've seen Atiku Abubakar try to leverage it. We saw it embedded in TINUBU's speech. So there is something there. There's something ruffling in the woods. There's something ruffling in the woods. That's just how to put it. But the next 2 weeks will tell us what that space is actually going to unfurl. So the next 2 weeks will tell us what that space is going to unfurl. So I may just be giving you headlines as we're going forward, because I think the readouts is getting a bit too lengthy now. Kiyamo writes UK over airpiece may bar BA Virgin from Lagos Abuja Airport. So this is Festus Kiyamo fighting very hard to slot airpiece into Heathrow, because at the moment I think they are only flying to Gatwick at the moment. But Heathrow really is the prime location in the UK. So like for like is what Festus Kiyamo is asking for there. Like for like is what Festus Kiyamo is asking for there. All right. So let's go on to this one. This one will only be a headline as well. Deadly attack on police. Simon Ekpa hiring American lobbyists. Other top stories from the Southeast. So that's Simon Ekpa still justifying or just fleecing those people out of money. So which one is it even? We heard from the Ohanaeze now that they're integral part of Nigeria. And we're hearing from Simon Ekpa that the exit door, they are going to break it if it's not opened quick enough. So it can only be one or the other. It can only be one or the other. Yeah. I think we may well have we exhausted the. Yes, I think we may well have exhausted the readouts. Una momento, por favor, just to double check that everything has been ticked off. Una momento. Por favor. So una momento, por favor. That's 1 minute, please. Or just 1 moment, please. So that exhausts the readouts. Let me play you a couple of clips. We kick off the session. The people assembled stay, and the people not yet in the studio join. Let me play you this clip. This is let me throw this one at you actually. That's these so-called hunger strikes and hardship strikes, people still maintaining right, all these so-called hunger strikes and hardship strikes, people are still maintaining the conversation where it previously was and not where it is right now. So what am I saying? Day after day, we get endless reports that food prices are crashing. But the space that wants to hold the Nigerian state in an anarchical abeyance, they continue to regurgitate stories of people cannot drink gari, etc., etc. But that is not the story as we speak now. Endless clips we brought you will bring you this one as well.
Òní ọjọ́ kẹfà tí a ná ọjà yìí, ìgbà kẹfà tí a ná ọjà yìí, ìsọ́sú òun náà ni a wà. Òní ọjọ́ kẹfà tí a ná ọjà yìí, ìgbà kẹfà tí a ná ọjà yìí, ìsọ́sú òun náà ni a wà. Bó ni ẹ ṣe ń ta iṣu yín?
Alhamdulillah bil alamin. Èyí tí ó wà nílẹ̀ yìí 5,000 naira lálẹ́. Ọlọ́ọ̀bá kọ́ bá ní.
Èló ni afẹ́ rà báyìí nísìnyí? Èló lẹ́tà fún ajálẹ̀?
Àdíyelé 5,000 naira ni.
Ṣé ẹ sì rí pé ṣé ò sì yéé pé ó gbẹnu sókè?
Ọ̀gbẹ́nu sókè o. Àfìsẹ́ àwa náà rà àwa tún tà ń bì láti jẹ́ pé káwọn èèyàn ó lè jẹ̀gbádùn ọjà yìí ni.
Mo sì rí pé ẹ bá wo ilé 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wọ́n fà yẹn fọ́ lọ́wọ́ à ń bẹ̀. Ẹ sì ní ẹ̀tàn 5,000. Tí máa san tó gba 4,500.
Àdíyelé ìyẹ̀tà wọ́n ti ń rà níta lélẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ 100 ta lélẹ̀ ẹnu tó kù lẹ́nu àárọ̀ yìí.
Lẹ́nu àárọ̀ yìí wọ́n ti gbọ́n lẹ́ àbí.
Wọ́n ti ń rà.
Ẹ bá dárúkọ yín.
Abdulhamid Sọláudeen lórúkọ mi.
Láti ọjà.
Látọjà Darul Hijira Mufti Market.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀bà lọ́jà náà ni lágbà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ta iṣu yín.
Àwọn tíwájú yìí 7,500. Àwọn àtẹ̀yìn 5,000 naira.
Eléyìí 7,500. Èló lẹ mẹ́ta fún ajálẹ̀.
Bí a ṣe ń tàjálẹ̀ náà 7,500 náà là ń tàjálẹ̀.
Ṣé torí pé tóbi ni àbí kí ló lóbi tóbi?
Tóbi ẹ̀kejì iṣu lásẹ̀rín náà kan ni. Ọ̀gá gbogbo àwọn iṣu tó wà nílẹ̀ lásẹ̀rín jíjẹ iṣu gbogbo yan iṣu tó wà pa ni. Iṣu bá ṣe rí bó bá ṣe rí náà lògùn ó ṣe rí.
Sì bá ìjà tó bá san 6,000 kọ́.
Àkọ́gbà 7,450.
Ṣé ẹ sì lè gbogbo ìwọ̀n bí ẹ ṣe táyì?
Ọ̀wọ́n rárá bá a ṣe táyì. Ọ̀wọ́n rárá. Nítorí pé ọjà tá a bá fẹ́ kó wá bí àwa náà ti fojú wò láti yọ distance díẹ̀ lẹ̀ sí ètò ọyẹ kọ́ jẹ́ sí ti gbòòrò.
Ṣé ìtàn ta sí gbòòrò ní ìsinmi ilé ìtún lẹ̀ sí?
Ó ti dé díẹ̀ sí ti gbòòrò báyìí pé gbòòrò báyìí 8,000 ni ó jẹ́. So la fi ọyọ distance.
8,000 náà ń ta ní gbòòrò àná.
Ìwé ilé ìgbòho tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra sùn mẹ́fà rú ilé ìwé ta àkọ́kọ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ 8,000 naira
nínú ọjà ńlá tí ó
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bọ̀ sínú ọjà wọn fi láwà láfi jẹ́ 500 lẹ́ lórí rẹ̀ 7,500 lélẹ̀ báyìí.
Ẹ bá dárúkọ yín.
Orúkọ mi Declare Abdul ọmọdé àbálọ́jà ọjà Mufti Market.
Ẹ ṣeun.
All right, so there it is. It keeps streaming in tomatoes, peppers, yam, etc. So that's 6 huge pieces of yam being sold for 5,000 naira. You saw it there. You don't have to take my word for anything. 6 huge pieces. We have to tell Ekene to stop buying yam at Harrods. You know, if he wants to buy Gucci, let him go to Harrods, but go to the market to buy yam, because at the market, 6 huge pieces of yam, 5,000 naira. So all this, it cannot sustain anymore. The GBD Jabada that they are doing all over, it cannot sustain, because the market is debunking the lie that is their narrative. The market itself, that they are saying these things, are debunking the lie that is their narrative. So there it is, right there. But this certainly not a lie. But this goes to the heart of everything that afflicts that country. Hear this little anecdote by your former president Obasanjo, and your heart will sink. Hear this little anecdote by Obasanjo, and your heart will sink.
Look, in 1979, I think almost all those people who worked with me in the Ministry of Agriculture, maybe they're all gone. They went out in July 1979, and the Federal Minister of Agriculture came with the report that that year we would be self-sufficient in rice. If not 1979, by 1980, what they have seen in the field. We banned importation of rice. When our successor came, led by Alhaji Shehu Shagari, they lifted because the party leaders said they want to import rice. They lifted. I tell you the story of one of the importers. He got import license. He ordered rice to be imported from America. And the one who told me this story was the Nigerian ambassador in New York. Because the man who imported the rice is from his town. When they have done the importation, everything has been done, he asked them to add $5 million on top, which they did. The supplier did. Then they were afraid. They said, look, we may not get our money because it's an ad, you get your money. So they did. After they have done it and the money has been paid, he went to America to get his own share. He was expecting $2.5 million. They gave him $1 million. And he went to report to this ambassador, who then called these people. And the ambassador said, we will not tolerate anybody cheating a Nigerian and all that. The supplier then said, hey, Mr. Ambassador, you don't understand what you are saying. Look, this is what happened. The order was made. We made the order. Prince was a prince. Prince asked us to add $5 million. We took a risk, and we did. We never thought we would get the money. We got the money, and then he came, he wanted 50%. No, he didn't take any risk. We took all the risk. We gave him $1 million. That is your country. And your leader. And your people. Why do we do that to ourselves? For money. And you can multiply this. You can go on. So we have to decarbonize our brain. We have to wash ourselves clean of the dirt. And then
So there it is right there. So that little anecdote there by Obasanjo, it speaks to it's at the heart of everything that's wrong with that country. So in the history of that there's never been one single contract that has been that's been awarded by the government that's not been inflated by a minimum of 300%. So Obasanjo was informed that the country had achieved, it was now on the cusp of food security in terms of rice. He bans it. Shagari comes in, he removes the ban because his clansmen want to import rice. So the government starts to import rice, but then they go to America to add. You heard what Obasanjo said, though, but take that anecdote and apply it to every single contract that has ever been awarded by the Nigerian federal or state or local government space, and then think of the amount of monies that we've been hemorrhaging. Your heart will just bleed. So your heart bleeds, but it's sufficient enough to send you to drink. So let's play the K, guys. The room does need populating, by the way, so that the conversation can take place. So we play the K, guys. Hopeful that the room will populate whilst the Kegite are playing. And hopeful also that the super task will come in. Now that place should be lighting up in multicolors.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Neru Agwesheme, that have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Enigmatic. Good to have you, Enigmatic. In the house, King Emeka. Good to have Makers. Father of the bride, Ajane Koko. So that's the panel so far. Let's kick it off with Enigmatic. Let's kick it off with you. Enigmatic, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Good to. You don't often turn off this early, but good to have you here. So to the conversation. So they are rolling out this 10,000 Agro Rangers, which is long overdue. Because this thing happens in the forest. So to tackle it, they have to go into the forest. So the strategy okay, but is the complement sufficient enough? So we're talking about that. We're talking about the South Africans who refused that the Nigerian girl is not representative of the image of their country, but rather a white Dutch woman is the face of South Africa. So there it is right there to continue to perpetuate in that slavery. The lady that tore up her husband's passport at the airport, that's up for conversation. Or Ohanaeze youth foaming at the mouth. Any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. So that's that narrative of Igbo must go that seems to be being whispered in some spaces. Keyamo rides to UK over airpace. So that's landing slots and airports to land. So plenty to go through. Let's hear your thoughts.
Okay, let me start from the Agric, whatever the Agric revolution. That will be maybe a second comment. And like I said yesterday, if you listen carefully, I did say that it's quite difficult to wake up people who are pretending to be asleep, right? And for the purposes of political sentiment, and because people want to score some political sheep points, and then they want to stab some logic in the head most of the time. They always want to lie about stuff and be shifty about the issues, or the real situation of things. And then we know everything is political in Nigeria, and it's just not Nigeria alone, it's generally all over the world. But there is a limit to everything. There should be a threshold to being stupid most of the time and being cavalier with especially things that has to do with national importance. For instance, when you just do not see anything progress any progress doesn't make you happy, that doesn't define you as someone who is patriotic. Of course, we understand the definition of patriotism is quite dynamic and quite very ambiguous to some people, but you can understand the underlying effect of being a thorough a patriotic person and being just an apostate person. Nothing comes easy. There are challenges globally, in Canada, in UK where you are, in the US. There are challenges. Everybody is facing one thing or the other, right? And I say it, and I dare to say it every time. Nigerians are not living beyond, they are not living within their means. They all live beyond their means. Do you know there's a popular thing now in Nigeria, high schools, commonly called secondary schools, that is basically peculiar to the United States? They've copied that already in Nigeria. They call it prom, high school prom, right? They are doing prom in Nigeria now. So when you look at the silliness of that and you see people claiming to be hungry, when you look at their ostentatious lifestyle, it doesn't match that silliness of excuses of being hungry almost every time. And the hunger campaign, the hunger campaigners on different platforms, when you look at even their lifestyle, an average Nigerian has an iPhone. If you are hungry, you don't use iPhone. When you go to the inner circles of the villages, they don't give in to all those luxurious stuff. And then they speak as if most of us are from Mogadishu or from Zimbabwe, that we don't even know our Nigeria again because of the fact that they hear that we live abroad, as if we don't go back home. So when you look at what happens in Nigeria, we see that they are just very silly, one man. And then that will actually sum it up, because when you always want to drag your country and throw your country under the bus, like we said earlier, one man, we've said it a long time, that the consequences of it is not just going to be APC or PDP or Labour Party. It's going to be national consequence. Look at what just happened in South Africa now when they threw that girl out and they nominated a white person. It is the same people who are crying now, right, that will go to South African platforms, Kenya platforms, and Ghana platforms to throw Nigeria under the bus. So when they had the opportunity to throw Nigeria under the bus for you, why are you crying now? So when you sell your family member for sheep, do not expect do not expect to take a profit for change from outsider, from foreigner. So whatever they've seen in the past 2 days from this girl, I'm shifting to another topic now. From this girl now, right? It is something that's what Nigeria bargained for. So because of election, because of the fact that
you are right. What happened to that girl is as a consequence of the heavy demarketing of Nigeria that we've been seeing over the last few years. If that girl, if she's of American stock or Australian stock or whatever it is, if she was even of any other stock outside of Nigeria, they wouldn't even. But that they especially have this thing about Nigeria because of the way we market ourselves.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not something to be happy about. But I'm glad that Nigerians are seeing the consequences of their silliness now in the global village. America is not an Eldorado. We have our own political here. We have Donald Trump, here always.
Enigmatic, can I interject 1 minute?
Okay.
I think I want to disagree with both of you, both you and one man, that is the disparaging of Nigerian online by Nigerians that is responsible for what South African did against that Nigerian lady. I don't think so. South African are just people that hate their fellow black men. That is not from South Africa. One man.
But they especially detest Nigerians, though. I don't think we can argue that.
Yeah.
They especially detest us,
Yeah, they detest Nigeria. So it is not what Nigerians are doing online that is responsible for what they did to that lady. It's just their own style of discriminating, discrimination against their fellow black man when in their own country, when they believe that black man is doing better than them. So I don't want us to start blaming ourselves for what South African did against one of our own. It's South African that we should go after and not Nigerians. So that's my point.
So you don't think the way we demarket ourselves impacted in any way on what happened to that girl?
Not at all.
You don't think so?
I don't.
We have a reputation for being drug dealers in that country, for being loud and arrogant and uncouth.
That is not it. They just, those people over there, even some of their leaders, like what do you call it? What's this radical guy in that Malema? He go after their people for the discrimination against their fellow black men. Even that, their neighbors from Mozambique, Kenya, and everything. So it is not only Nigeria that they discriminate against in that country. It's all African country. It doesn't matter. So it is not Nigerians, opposition or against their government or ranting or describing their government as very bad or their country very bad that is responsible. No, it's just South African.
So the way we go around the marketing our country globally does not impact on how people see us.
That is not what is responsible in this case.
I'm asking, does it impact on how people see us? The way we go around the marketing our country, or to every country they'll go to Ghanaian platforms, the market, American, the marketing ourselves everywhere.
One man, let me just say something and proceed so that we don't go back and forth. Whatever, with due respect, Babaja, I take your point, Babaja. Whatever you say is okay.
But let me respond to one man. Give me 1 minute. You see, yes, it can have a negative impact, but don't blame Nigerians for what South African did against this lady. It's not Nigerians, it's South African. That is who they are. They don't appreciate even for everything that Nigerian did to them. For them to get independent and be out of,
I disagree with you.
Babaja, let me just move on. I take your point already, Babaja. I take your point once again.
Adimati, please go ahead. I was really enjoying what you were saying, but I disagree with Babaja.
I take your point, and you have a right to your opinions and your perspective. Okay, but
Adimati, please, can you add this too? It's not just about the demarketing; it's also about our own conduct too.
Yeah, there are some things that I may not even go ahead to say. We know if you actually want to go into details, right, of what you want to go into details of the people or the set of people that even the South Africans are mad at. In all these countries, they know Nigerians now by region. If you don't understand,
all right. Let's not go to that.
So that's why I say that's why I'm trying to be very, very, very sophisticated with the way I say it. There's a Ghanaian guy who used to come over here that says he's from Abia State, maybe his mom from Abia State or wherever. He will come over here, lampoon Nigeria for the entire conversation that he has. When you go to another platform, you will see him doing the same thing against Nigeria, right? Mind you, one man, he has Nigerian part and he has Ghanaian part, but he will always throw Nigeria under the bus while elevating Ghana. I think he said he was in the military of Nigeria Nigerian military at a point. But when at a point that we challenge him on this platform, that look at the economy of Ghana, look at Ghana is going through the worst recession in their life. They can't even have any. Go and look at even their national credit. So until that time, I think it was that time that the guy stopped coming to this platform. But on the other platform, it could go all long day talking down Nigeria, elevating Ghana. The same thing. There was a Cameroonian dude that was almost always coming here, that has a president he was the current Cameroon president. He was the prime minister from 1975 to 1982, and he became president in 1982, and is the longest serving president in the entire world now at over 90 years. And he's not governing Cameroon from Cameroon. He's governing Cameroon from Zurich, Switzerland, right? So when you look at all those conversations and you go to certain platform, and I'm saying it again, and
sorry, Enigmatic, did you see that clip of as Pobby, of course? Did you see that clip? I think it was about some earlier on this week. This guy was on a rostrum with other world leaders.
He was absolutely incoherent and doesn't even know where he was.
Where I am, who are they? What am I meant to say? And the mic was picking him up as he was surrounded by his aides, trying to explain to him where he is. He's on a rostrum with other world leaders, and he didn't even know where. And he's the president of the country.
Sorry, Wama, just to add, right? It is quite shameful. If we look at the African continent, the only country where they have a higher standard of living in the African continent is South Africa. So it is quite hypocritical for other African countries coming to talk shit about Nigerians. And likewise, Nigerians too. We make the mistake to begin to compare Nigeria with the West. The country, the average democracy in the West is over 300 years old. The average, on an average alone. And we are comparing a country or a continent, like, I won't call them a continent because Australia, they're all spread apart, but a region or a Western region with a country that has a democracy of just 23 years old. It is stupid of us, clearly stupid of us, to go about doing that comparison. A comparison analysis that does not hold waters. And not even that, and we are not even taking cognizance of the fact that these Western countries are also part of the people holding us back. I sent you a video, I don't know if you played it. I sent you a video how these Western countries are currently holding us back in our steel industry, in our crude oil industry, and even frustrating Dangote refinery through this guy, that stupid idiot that is taking asylum in Ghana or Abi has gone to the UK. Now he's realizing how external foreign powers are trying to hold Nigeria back.
Sorry, just on that guy, and we have to get back to Enigmatic quickly, so I will move around swiftly.
I agree. Because
I think you're talking about David Udein, who was saying that it was
correct.
Hold on. It was saying that it was approached by some NGOs to try and was it to demarket Dangote or something? I think he made it all up. I don't believe.
No. He's right. He's right. No.
He's a verilous liar.
Woman, he's right. He's right. Which of the other NGO did he mention again? The Ford Foundation. He mentioned that same Ford Foundation. And this is not the first time. It is just now that a lot of Nigerians are not being aware of the Ford Foundation. Those of us who are of the know that the Ford Foundation has been sponsoring Sowore. That is why I told you on private chat that please tell Baba Ajani Koko to stop mentioning Sowore, because Sowore is a traitor. He's a traitor to our country. He is being sponsored by an NGO that is holding African countries down. The Ford Foundation is an NGO for the CIA. If people are not aware, I will send you the document. How the CIA from the 1956 has looked at Nigeria and said that Nigeria should not continue to grow economically because we're a threat to the United States. We are a threat to the industrialization to the United States. A strong Nigeria will corner the African continent market, and the United States will not be able to sell their products. Not the United States as a country or an entity, but those multinationals that have interest in the United States, as well as the deep states actors.
All right.
Let me let Enigmatic continue with his beautiful illustration. I will come in with that topic to educate stupid Nigerians, unpatriotic Nigerians, many of them roaming around saying nonsense about our country, that do not understand the external influence, the internal influence that is holding our country down, and in their stupidity going around demarketing Nigerians. I pity those people. When you go about shaming your father,
Emeka, let's get back
disgracing when I am landing, just 2 seconds. When you go about shaming and disgracing your father, and your neighbor now shame and disgrace your father, what will you say? Enigmatics, take it away.
All right, Bilan. So enigmatic, yeah, a lot of what Emeka said, it coheres, and I'm not sure that I'm on board with that, Jane Koko. Yes, the South Africans are notoriously xenophobic, but the way we demarket our country, it opens that window then for them to lash at us in the manner that they do.
Yeah, one man, like I said, we live in the Western world, right? And there's some of us that lives in the US. We understand the fact that racism is pervasive in the Western world, particularly in the US, but it wasn't as brazen as the way it is now until Trump actually came, right, to magnify it and then give some people the appetite to actually display their racism. But that does not underline the fact that when Americans step out of America, they defend America with their blood. You will never speak evil of America and go scot-free, regardless of the political division or the political, silliness that is going on in the US. When they hold the torch of America as Americans, do that blue passport, it tells them, look, it's America against the world. We don't have that in Nigeria. It is Nigeria. They see Nigeria as the function of the president that is in Aso Rock at that time. When Buhari was there, we know the narrative. Now that TINUBU is there, we know the narrative, right? When you go on certain platform and you call your drug,
Matthew, sorry to cut you short. There's a very silly individual on that comment section telling me what I know about the CIA. Are you mad?
Emeka, go to
Are
the
you
comment
mad?
section.
Do you know the international relations that I have on document about the CIA and how the CIA has been keeping Nigeria down? Are you mad?
All right, Emeka, you just address him in the comment section just so that there's a smooth flow to the session. Back to enigmatic.
Yes. So when you go on national platform, right, and you demarcate your country because you are not happy of the lead because of the leader, and then when they show you Pepe, let me say that now. When they show you Pepe and you want to cry for the same country to rescue you, man, you can shove that thing out of your AO, if I could say that, one man. So what happened, what you are seeing in South Africa and in other countries that are treating Nigeria badly, and we've said it over and over and over on this platform, right? That the selfishness of some people who have maybe dual citizenship, that they can actually use the next passport as against using the Nigeria passport, we affect those people who do not even have that privilege. Now the chicken is coming home to roost, and they will say Nigeria is treating them bad. No, you are treating yourself bad. So I'll leave it at that. And then on the issue of first of all, let me just say it, and I keep repeating this: the phrenology of our political taste and analytical skills are quite very different, and that's why I say whatever anybody says on this platform to challenge anyone's opinion, right? It is valid, very valid, and then that is within their purviews of their right. But that I wouldn't say what I know, or probably say my own piece. So it's quite unfortunate what happened in South Africa. I think the girl was poised to win that award. Eventually, a white girl has won the award. So, and the South Africans, I believe, they are very happy with that. So you can say you can talk about their xenophobic appetite, but that is just an underlying part of what Nigerians themselves bring or probably have brought on themselves. Because if there's a country in the world now, look at the situation that happened. Was it 2 weeks ago or last week? 2 different countries, 2 protests, 2 different leaders, right? The UK leader came with fire and brimstone, threatening Britons, right? And telling them they will, and he met that threat with action, going from house to house, right? Busting doors to pick up individuals, and they had expedited sentences. In Nigeria, the president was pleading in a sober mode, in a sober tone. But because of we are sharing countries with some disdainful, and there's some people who are suffering from the hubris of their egotism and the short paths of not having to understand the fact that being a silly self, right, or a vessel, or somebody who could be a muskrat doesn't mean that you shouldn't understand what patriotism means. Now look at the stand from the UK Prime Minister and look at how far he has gone with that. So that is a country that believes the leader, regardless of if you are conservative or liberal, you are still leading. So now let's talk about.
Let me move you to this topic then, just to lighten it up a little.
I'm moving on now, one man.
But does this even lighten it? Did you see that viral? Well, you'd have seen it. Me playing it now. That lady that as soon as they got off a flight, she tore up the husband's passport and threw it on the. Did you see that? What could have led to that? Do you think?
Yes.
Almost hardly a side chick narrative.
Yeah, let me go back. I'm not trying to read the comment. I'm reading somebody's age. I think a kid, enigmatic. The same happened in Lagos. Discrimination among others. Okay, nobody is putting a gun to your head to come to Lagos. Okay, you have your region, you have your state. If Lagos is giving you troubles, take the next bus and go to your state or wherever you come from. If Lagos is not okay for you, you move to wherever you come from.
All right, we have to leave we have to hold on. We have to leave the comment section alone.
Yeah,
otherwise,
so let me answer this one, man. I will answer this within a second. Look, you and I know, and a lot of us who live in the diaspora in the Western world, that I've said it here, we have a lot of simps who are duplicating or probably who are pretending to be husbands in their home. If that could happen to that man in the full glare of the public, what do you think that man is suffering at home? And that man, as he has remained in that marriage, I think they have 2 kids or three children together, first, second, the third child, and is still in that marriage, right? So that speaks, the rest interlocutor, the fact speaks for itself already. There's nothing else you want to tell me that man is not the woman in the house. That is what they call Bewudani in Yoruba language, right? So how do you feel if you have an elder brother or that is your family member who is being treated like that by the wife? What would be your reaction? First of all, I don't want to speak about the unprofessional conduct of the Nigeria immigration, the Nigeria professional, those guys there. That woman should have been detained and arrested already because
I thought so as well. I thought she should have been detained.
Yeah, because that passport is a national property. It does not belong to the man or the woman. So for you to have actually gone to that extent to destroy a national property, that actually should have had a punitive measure. And if the Minister of Interior now, BTO, if he's hearing this, I know he's a very action guy, he's very up to the task, and they need to take action against this woman. So whatever the husband and the wife want to do after that about the silliness of their marriage in the public, that is just it's quite delusory for some people to believe that you can change the course of a tide when it's actually against you. That man is swimming against the tide in that marriage. Obviously,
is whipped, isn't he? Is whipped.
So is the woman in the marriage. He can't even say anything. He won't. You can, and then it's like he's I don't know what the situation is, but I'm not trying to be too wicked here, but I don't feel any pause. Right? I have never felt any pause, and I don't feel any pause for simps. If you put yourself in the situation, an average woman wants to punish you. It is a transnational marriage these days. So if you put yourself beyond the peripheral of being a man and you've actually reduced yourself to that level of an apparition husband, then it's better for you to just do something else with yourself than still being a man. If it's a shame as a man to see a fellow man being openly disrespected like that. It's a shame that a Nigerian woman, an African woman, who knows the ethos of culture, and who probably is raised within in an African community, is acting like that in Nigeria, you can imagine what that man could have been going through from wherever they are coming from. I feel so bad for that man. I really feel so bad for that man. That man shouldn't have he shouldn't have that marriage again 2 minutes after that marriage should have been done dead from that place. If he had not actually ended the marriage long time ago, that was a prima facie case of him ending the marriage right there. I don't know his problem.
All right. All right. Anyway, I'll take you to 2 more topics, and I'll push you through those 2 topics just so that we can go into other voices. So the headline piece now is this. I'm sure you've been hearing the whisperings of it, and now people coming out to address it. Any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. This is the Ohanaeze Ndigbo space coming out to frontally address that Igbo must go, that we're hearing coming out of the Twitter space, now being muttered in spaces in the Southwest. So this is something that needs to be nipped in the bud fairly quickly.
Yeah, one man. Look, first of all, I don't even know why Nigeria is existing. I don't know why the whoever made that decision to join Nigeria together. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking of, because on a daily basis, it's quite obvious that we are not one, and we just have to say the fact. And these folks out there, they are the one that will actually start this nonsense. And by the time they reply to them,
sorry, enigmatic. Navigate this particular topic with some delicacy, but carry on.
Well, whoever wants to cry should cry, except I just sign off now and go, because I'm going to speak the way I will speak, because they don't care about people's opinions or pauses, or probably think twice before they say certain things. So look, one man, the day of when they go low, we go high. Those days are gone. When they go low, we go into the gutters with them these days. When they want to be stupid, nobody has monopoly of being stupid. You can't be in somebody's house and trying to be reigning the rules in somebody's house. If the rules does not pay you, you know what next to do. So, and they need to really, try to tone down this, the egotistical, self-absorbed, this self-indulgence apparition of their this mendacious audacity. They need to tone it down. They need to be very careful.
Enigmatic, I disagree with you on what you just said.
Yeah, I mean
that we are not one. We are actually one. It's just it's a tool for the political elite to try to divide us. Now, my question to you, so that I don't take away your opinion, is tell me what is actually different between the Southeast and the South-South, or the Southwest, apart from language. We basically wear the same clothes. We eat the same food. We marry each other. So what's different? Is it our mind? Apart from language, we do everything practically the same.
Let me come into that space, Emeka. You know what I've always felt the issue is between the Southwest and the Southeast. The issue is that we're too similar. Not that we're too different, but we're too similar.
We're very similar.
We are both extremely egotistical people. We're both extremely vested and proud in our culture. We both see ourselves as alpha people. So all is those similarities that clash rather than the differences.
It doesn't clash. Let's be very realistic. It doesn't clash. This is just a tool to highlight. You see, the few powerful elite, and it's a tool the elite keeps doing. Divide them, put them in silos, so that because if they recognize that in their collectiveness there is power in them being together, they will push us out. So that is why our politics is always hinged on religion and ethnicity. And it's everywhere in the world. Look at the United States. Look at the United Kingdom. You are seeing the far right. Oh, the immigrants are taking away our job. Oh, it is the Indians here in Canada too. It is the Indians that are shooting everywhere, left and right and center. They are pushing us away. It is to divide. So the elites are playing that game all over the world. And I'm saying this for those in the comment section who do not understand geopolitical influence and international relations, the CIA is a very powerful tool. If you don't know, for that, I'm trying to respond to that guy. When I get to my turn, I'll respond to you very harshly because you are very ignorant. So it is a tool the political elites use because in their collectiveness of people.
I don't want to just hold on. I don't want to really dwell on that political elite narrative. Look, this thing has been it's been coming and coming. It's been knocking on the door.
It's right? Not coming and coming.
Hold on,
Emeka, let him flow. Let him flow.
Emeka. And when you want to speak about it, their normal English now is bigotry, bigotry, bigotry. It is only the ones that actually introduce bigotry that understand what they are talking about bigotry. Because you cannot slap me and tell me to turn around and give me another slap and you look at me. What you do not condone in your own house, do not bring it to my house and say because
you're actually playing to the games. You're playing
hold on.
Games.
Because of liberalism, I should tone it down. Who the hell are you to tell me how to run my house? If my rules does not abide, if you cannot abide by my rule, once again, the door, don't hit yourself on the way out of the door. It's as easy as that.
Hold on, enigmatic. You are not giving any cognizance to what Emeka is saying. I sort of align with what Emeka is saying as well. There is a vocal politics-led and a bit of ethnic jingoism minority that amplifies a particular narrative. You've lived in Lagos. We all grew up with Chima and Emeka now. I used to ride my bike round about. These are people we grew up with. Your next door neighbor is exactly. You've never had issues with them.
It's just the same thing that is happening in the US.
It's just it's a vocal minority. It's a vocal minority being leveraged by political.
Okay, but when it's in the past, right? This is not just an isolated situation that just all of a sudden.
No, enigmatic. Relax. You are playing. See, relax. I don't know if you have read.
Emeka, read the screen. People want us to.
It's always been there, but we've found ways to manage the situation. Okay, look at. You want to talk about the politics of it. Look at what Peter Obi did the last time. He went on a rampage, writing nonsense. An article followed. Just did the same thing, but Obi did not say anything about the Igbo guy that was talking about Igbo people who's 99% of Lagos. Not this nonsense. He was choosing and picking, and that's why I say I don't want to talk about the politics. So if you are not looking at the politics of it,
that's exactly the point, though.
Yeah, but are they stupid enough not to understand that you've been living with your neighbor for so many years, and all of a sudden, because of politics, right? You want to turn against your neighbor. If you want to turn against your neighbor because of politics, and do you expect your neighbor to stay where he is while you are turning on him and just because of liberalism, I'll let you turn on me? No, it doesn't happen like that's why I say, even in the US here, right? At a point, Democrats used to play the big boys game, but nobody told them when they went into the gutters with Republicans when MAGA came, right? So when they turn the game on you, then you have to find a way to defend yourself. And I'm saying this now that when you deal with people who have resorted to this, pediculous grandiosity, right, where they don't even have a right consistently, and what they can never take, they always want to dish it out. This will always happen. Do they not have leaders? Was it not the Ohanaeze leader, the Arewa leader lives in Kaduna State? The Fashionati, the one for the Yoruba people, lives in Akure. The Ohanaeze leader lives in Lagos State, and he was calling the Lagos people rascals. How do you explain that? Because Yoruba must be liberal every time, the Yoruba should be quiet. Can they be quiet? Who is this guy? Does this guy not have leaders who can call him to order? Any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. When Morgan Lu's wife went on a tirade that no Igbo should invest in Lagos, who cautioned her? Who? And then when it's like they are threatening you every day. I will slap you. I will slap you. I will slap you. I will stay in front of them. I'll say, okay, slap me. And when you say slap me, do your worst, and they will say you want them to fight. You are threatened every day. You want to leave the Southwest. You want to take your business away. You want to do everything. And when they remind you, when are you going to take your business away to your place, they will say bigotry. They are basically reminding you of your threat. So that is the thing. When you look at the numbers, go and look at the numbers of Northerners that stay back in their places, in their region. Look at the number of South people that stay back in their region. Look at the number of Southwest people that stay back in their region. Look at the numbers of the Igbo people that live outside Igbo, more than 75%. And they will not respect people who accommodate them. And you want them to be liberal with that. And you want them to tone down their languages. Why they are not toning down their languages? They are the visitors. So the same thing that South Africa just did to us now, without respecting their sovereignty, when you come to the US, you want to misbehave, they will put you in your place at the end of the day if you cannot shut up. So one man, it's either we speak about it or we don't speak about it. It has come to that level. Right?
We can speak about it, but the language cannot be all-encompassing.
It means they have to match their own language too.
No. It's exactly what Emeka was saying, and I'm on board with that as well. It cannot be an all-encompassing narrative. And by the way, you referencing Peter Obi, it makes the point that what we're seeing now is political undertones. It's still playing those games, by the way, Peter Obi. There was one commentary that he was running on the Olympics. Anyway, let's not go. So it's people like Peter Obi that is really stoking the embers of ethnic divide. But let me take you from that space to another space. Let me take you to the space. 1 million man mad flops. Hunger protest quietly ends. So you were not here yesterday, but I was pushing Ajale Koko hard to see what outcome was achieved by this protest, and I could not think of any. There's been nothing that has changed in the 10 days that they protested.
Well, woman, when you are dealing with people who are perpetually, wallowing in the mediocrity of their ideas, and then understanding their own thought, especially the thought process that is considered warped most of the time, you can't do anything about it. They've taken the position to grandstand, will turn Nigeria upside down because they saw Kenya, right? Because they saw some other countries and they want to do that in Nigeria. And then Chuore was still grandstanding maybe 2 days ago or wherever what day was that? Yes, the protest has come and gone, but it was a sectional protest at the end of the day, right? And one thing that I've actually seen in this protest eventually is that it has actually given the Nigerian nation, right, the identity that no region is bigger than the other region. No region is more important than the other region now, right? Even the Northerners who are actually protesting for the first time, that we know in Islam that they claim to be a haram. Now it backfired in their faces, right? And it's counterproductive to their own, that quote and unquote, right? The hypocrisy of that religiosity and that ulama, tradition against them now. So when you look at it, the pros and cons of the protest, do not get it wrong. Every Nigeria has a right to protest. But when you have the right to protest, do not forget that other Nigerians, they have a right that you must not breach their rights of freedom of association, freedom of movement and stuff like that. So you cannot say you are protesting while you are looting and burning down and causing chaos and anarchy almost everywhere. That is not a protest any longer. And what has been the advantages of the protest so far? I don't see anything in that, because what were the demands? They demanded that Nigeria should scrap National Assembly. As National Assembly be scrapped now? No. They demanded that Nigeria should, the INEC or whatever, INEC is still functioning. The judiciary system, we are having a new CJN now, very soon. So all those bogus and the demands that you can even see the demand and say, well, are these people do they actually have a functioning brain? So when you look at Shuware's demands and the other ones, their demands, you will see that they are not serious. At the end of the day, I did achieve any of those demands? Absolutely no. What has been the achievement of the demonstration of that idiocy for the past 10 days or how many days? Nothing, absolutely nothing. So it has actually even given the government now, right, to know it's like to know their antidote going forward. So there was no consultation. There was not, they don't have it. They were claiming not to have a leader, and you want to make demands, and you want to sit with the government to make to address issues. Then who is leading you? As Ndigbo Hassan, who was supposed to be leading them, they said that they don't know him. The Jadinoju claimed he wasn't their leader. Very Dark Man claimed he wasn't part of it. Shuore is still in New Jersey. So what is the essence of the protest? So, and we know that we understand the reason for this protest. A lot of people want to disguise or probably be duplicitous about the essence of that protest. People know the reason for the protest, and that's why the protest hasn't achieved anything. Because when you're going through when you are trying to plan a protest, but behind the scene there's a political undertone to that, right? Your fellow politicians will not just lay fallow and just say, okay, go ahead. They will have to find a counterproductive, a counter movement to you. So at the end of the day, I'm happy that they've had their protest, and we can eventually, hear word now, quote unquote, Nigeria balance. They can rest, and we can rest, and then Nigeria can move on, right? And actually, you can continue it 4 years, right? And then in 2027, they come back again. Then we'll whoop their ass again. We continue to 2031. And then we go hand over to the people in the north. And if South is able to do the politics very well, they bring this the vice president, and we move on like that. That is just Nigeria. It's either you are there or you are not there. So everything is still, it circles back to the politics of it one man. But people do not want to listen to this. Nigeria is not a country that is just coming from the El Dorado, that is just coming from the moon that today. In 25 years of democracy, that you are expecting what has never happened to just happen all of a sudden. They are talking about rigging. Tell me in one region in the country, one state, that they are not rigging elections. Don't you see what the governors are doing now? So when you look at all these things, you will see that Nigerians themselves, they are not even ready for leadership. They're not even ready for even democracy. They're not even ready for a sophisticated democratic engagement.
All right, and back, let me take you to one more space, but with this space, I'm going to push you to be just as short as you can in your response. But let me line it up. This is the American politics. This is Kamala Harris using vibes to beat Trump. This is from a CNN host, Fareed Zachary. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. It says CNN host and Washington Post writer Fareed Zachary has said the Kamala Harris presidential campaign is deliberately empty of substance and high on feelings, and the vice president and her running mate are winning by leading a highly emotionally based, vibes-heavy campaign against Trump. So that's what he's saying, and I've got this clip that sort of goes towards that narrative, sort of the broad strokes of it. Watch this.
Over the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a celebration of hip-hop's 50th anniversary. Over the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a celebration of hip-hop's 50th anniversary. And even though it was a star-studded event, it's one moment that has the whole internet laughing out loud this morning. Take a look at this, y'all. VP was showing off some of her dance moves, to Vibrant Thing by the rapper Q-Tip. This video has gone viral on social media with more than 16 million people watching that clip. It looked like they had a good old time at the event. VP Harris partnered with the Recording Academy's Black Music Collective and Live Nation Urban for that celebration. And y'all know it wouldn't be social media without all the funny reactions to this video. Lots of people weighing in saying Mrs. Harris was giving us rich auntie vibes. Another person said they wouldn't be.
So yes, do you get what she's doing there, and do you think it's effective campaigning? So it's because what she was doing there, just with those little dance moves, what they're saying essentially is that she's trying to use a human connect sort of campaign in order to counter the heavy laden bias, heavy hitting Trump campaign. Can you see sort of what Farid Bakari was hinting at there?
Yeah, one man.
But make it short. Yeah, carry on.
That was actually an old video anyway. I think it was the time she was running for Senate. It was an old video, but anyway, at least it's still relatable to the present. So what's the sharp division that you are seeing? And one man, when we say certain things on this platform, people don't want to understand it. Republican used to be a sophisticated party of political eggheads, right? But Republican is divided now. There is that MAGA part of Republican. That just like you have the headless mobs, right, of the Labour Party. So when Donald Trump came into Republican, then he has his own MAGA group. Then there's these core legacy Republican members, all the ex-presidents, right? Dick Cheney, the former Vice President Dick Cheney, George Bush Senior and Junior, all of them, they have their own bloc, and Donald Trump has his own bloc. And Donald Trump is not attracting the independent, the people in the middle. He's not even attracting them in the US. So when Biden was on the ticket, Donald Trump, planned a campaign of a calumny, a very big one, around Biden's age, Biden's cognitive declines and stuff like that. Basic psychological issues, and so that was the core of his campaign. But when they switched the game on him, when Kamala Harris came with fervor, and she came with a lot of energy. Then that automatically, within a twinkle of an eye, gravitated and then actually mobilized the entire, the entire Democratic Party. And that's why you see within 2 weeks, was it within 2 weeks or thereabout, she was able to raise over $300 million. And Donald Trump, the max he has raised since has just been within less than 120 million. And then what you are seeing now is that a campaign of hope, joy, happiness, as against the campaign of fear mongering, gloom. America is dying. The border is being invaded by 20 or 50 million. Just that nonsense, right? So she's been able to shift the ground, and Donald Trump is not finding it easy. And then what she did at the end of the day, when the two of them were picking their VP, was when Donald Trump went to pick J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has almost zero experience, administrative experience, leadership experience, political experience. He's just a brand new junior senator from Ohio. He was a veteran anyway. He was in the Marine. Then all of a sudden, nobody heard about him. And then all of a sudden, he came up and he was a billionaire. Then they found out he became
enigmatic.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I just want to add to what you are saying, that he himself wasn't even a MAGA.
Who? Yeah. I'm actually going there now, but
I was being respectful. I don't want to interject, but if I don't want to interject, I can come in also. So I would like to rebuttal after it's done.
I don't want to go to this MAGA.
Let's go there, because you're filling the people with a bunch of lies. Let's go there. I can rebuttal it. No big deal.
Let me finish my lies, so you can come back. Hold on. I'll tell one man to give you the whole day.
Yeah, please, Daddy. Please wait for him, please.
So one man. So what happened was that J.D. Vance is sponsored by. He became an hedge fund guy, the Silicon Valley billionaire, Peter Thiel. Go and check Peter Thiel and go and check who the guy is. And then when versus then Democrat people were expecting that Shapiro is going to be the selected VP, but they twisted it again. They needed, first of all, a pure white guy so that they won't say Shapiro is a Jew, is not too white enough or whatever. One, and because of some policy in Pennsylvania. One. Then they went to pick this Tim Walz, the current Minnesota governor. That guy is the kryptonite to the MAGA Republic now. That guy is so fresh. He speaks directly. It's just that he was a coach, he was a teacher, he was in the military. So he has everything like a normal American father. He was the one that
but that still speaks to the headline now, that this sort of vibes, so that this Farid.
So people are just people are just tired about the gloomy campaign of calumny, like America is dropping from the sky, boom, all of a sudden, like all these people are tired of the nonsense of.
Do you think do you think Biden stepping down and Kamala Harris being put forward was an effective counterweight to that assassination skit that Donald Trump was trying to?
In fact, beyond that, one man, people, what you didn't actually understand was that, do you know, Biden waited until the Republicans finished their convention. It was the weekend of it was the weekend that convention's weekend, when they concluded their convention, that he dropped the bomb on them, right? And the expectation was they were going to force out Kamala Harris and bring a new dude, right? But knowing fully well that the black demographic part of the Democrats stood their ground, and there's some very prominent people in the Republican and in the Democrats stood their ground, they have to eventually go with the ticket of Kamala Harris. So everything seems like it was. I don't know if it was planned, but if it was so genius, the move. It caught Donald Trump unaware. Donald Trump is still ranting today. He's still ranting as we speak. As we speak, he's still thinking maybe somewhere in his head that Biden will come back that he felt that there was a coup one. He felt that Joe Biden is too weak to have given up. The guy is disconvoluted already, and the numbers are not.
Do you think we're going to see a repetition? Somebody's saying it in the comment section as well, of the Trump Hillary's election, where she will win the popular vote, but he will win the electoral college.
They wish. They wish. Kamala Harris is number one. She's trash. She doesn't have that gravitas that Hillary does. So it's not going to happen. It's a fantasy land.
2 minutes so that you can give. I know this guy is restless now. Let me just speak in 2 minutes, and then he can continue with his stuff. Look, one man, the dynamics of Hillary Clinton's election is quite different from this. What you are saying now is that Democrats, they are coming from a position of disillusionment to a position of almost gravitating themselves from the grassroots now. Go and look at the numbers of newly registered voters, Democrat voters. Go and look at the numbers of the donors, right? Look at the metrics, look at the data, and then go back to 2016 and check what happened. First of all, Democrats underestimated Donald Trump then because he wasn't in the political landscape. He was just somebody just normal dude coming from somewhere. Now that they know him and the mistakes that they made then, the mistake that they made in 2016, they've corrected it in previous in subsequent elections, and that's why you see Donald Trump has not been able to win any election since 2016. He lost the immediate election after 2016. He lost the House. He lost the Senate. In 2022, he lost everything. Even the special elections in Georgia, he lost the 2 Senates, right? John Ossoff and Warnock, and he has lost almost everything. In the history of America's politics, you look at the House of Rep. They have not passed a single bill as we speak, and it took them 15 rounds of speakership election to have a speaker.
All right. Let me take us too deep into American politics, but let me ask you this, and then give a short answer, and then we'll move on. Now, in terms of likability, who has the edge between Trump and Kamala and Harris? So, in terms of likability, who has the edge, and how impactful is that in American politics? Likability.
Okay. Before I go there, I want to even give you an assignment, one man, as a host. Go and do your own assignment, right, on this Kamala versus Trump. It's like you are comparing day and darkness when you are comparing Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is is a certified convicted 34 charges, 10 convicted felon. One. Number two, is a is a rapist, right? A rapist, a racist.
No. Don't use that. Imagine that. People with substance using such words to describe. But it should be done by now. How long is it going to go, one man?
He's truly a rapist. He's actually a rapist.
Don't use that word. It's a trick.
No.
People so uncultured. It's so uncultured.
Everybody, hold on.
Woman, can we leave this place? We are charging up this place, and I think the matter has gone for 1 hour.
When I say everybody, please, don't use that RAPE word, because it's one of the words that YouTube look for, so don't use words. Use words around this. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But enigmatic, bring it home. Enigmatic.
Can you hear me now, one man?
Yeah.
He's a Pekus grabber. That's it.
Okay, I say you two, one man. I'm giving you my own homework now, and I need you to come back to this platform and fact check everything I've said if I'm lying. First of all, go and look at the judgment. It is the one what the judge actually said, right? Do you know he still has almost $400 million charge judgment against him? So we can count. It is countless. So it's like now it's a case of a prosecutor versus a convicted felon. That is the case, and Americans are
so laughable.
Americans they are not stupid, woman, right? They are waking up. They are seeing it. Go and look at the numbers. Go and look at the number.
All right.
Look at the number.
Okay. Obviously. Can I come in now?
Look at the number.
No. I want to drop. I want to drop. I can't go on with United States politics.
No. I have to come in. Well, you can hold on a minute. I have to come in.
Everybody, hold on. All right, let's do this. So, all right, thank you, Enigmatic. I think we get the thrust of it. Let's give Prince just 2 minutes to rebuttal.
If you give him 2 minutes, you give me 2 minutes too.
No. One man, I need to drop.
Okay. See, one man, you let him rattle for like 20 minutes, and you want to give me 2 minutes. Okay, that is fair.
Hold on. American politics is not our cup of tea. There's a reason all of us are here. We're all Nigerians, right? If the Americans... we
live in America and Canada and everywhere else. We can talk about it. We can hold on for 2 minutes. It's okay. It's not going to hurt you.
Just a second, right? If the American Nigerians or the Nigerians American want to talk about American politics, it's up to them. But the same thing we can't do with United Kingdom politics as well as Canadian politics. I think our main concern is on Nigerians. We are Nigerians here. No, please, we are Nigerians here.
I just want to give a rebuttal. You have to give me a time. Let me continue. One man, your audience.
Everybody hold. Everybody just no. Everybody just hold. Everybody hold. Everybody. I'm going to give Prince Daddy just 2 minutes just to counterweight. Otherwise, it'll be a one-sided. So counterweight it just in 2 minutes, and then we go on to Emeka. But you say Emeka, it doesn't have the patience for it. So
give me
make
2
it
seconds, Roma, please, before I leave. I just want to say this, and I want you to hold me to this, right? And then hold Prince Daddy to it. Today is 11th of August, right? 2024. We shall be here, inshallah, all of us will be alive on the 5th of November, right? Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of the United States. That is my verdict. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your submission. Except that, just like a week or so ago, you were licking Joe Biden's, that was going to win. But now it's amazing how you've been able to switch like in just a twinkle of an eye. That is Kamala Harris becoming president. You walk. It shows how much you know about American politics in that regard. The word here, woman, is called immediate res. Now, I guess you know what the meaning of that word. To come in the middle and try to make an argument so silly and it kind of degrades the audience or the people listening to you. It mentioned J.D. Vance. The guy is an American story from A to Z. If you read his book, what is called Ideology. This guy grew up in his background is all about poverty and lack. And this guy was able to make his way all the way to Harvard or Yale, an Ivy League school, went to the military, and was able to forge ahead and became a billionaire or whatever it became. That's American story at the core. Now, for Enigmatic to come in to want to demean the guy and mock him is so ridiculous to the core. Now, Kamala Harris, I think the headline from this guy, Faris the Carrier, Kamala is not even running a campaign yet. So far, it's just an empty barrel. She has nothing to offer. We've not heard any position from her at all about any policy. Now, the money that's coming in for Kamala is not really money for her. These are funds that were withheld because they were trying to overthrow. Literally, they did overthrow Joe Biden, in which they were successful at. Kamala is not doing anything that's like so spectacular to bring in this money they're talking about. And let me tell you one thing, one man. When it comes to money, it doesn't matter if they raise $1 trillion with the Democrat. It doesn't matter. We the Democrats, especially we the Republican, the MAGA, we have zero problem with money. It's zero problem with money. That's the least of our worry. Absolutely. See, she can raise more than we can, but we have, but we have, we're going to have, but we're going to have enough money to prosecute the election. We're going to have enough money. We have such people like, Andreessen Horowitz, Elon Musk, supporting the cause of MAGA. So we don't have that problem. And the medics say a bunch of stuff that are so untrue, Now, to the issue, again, let me talk.
No.
To the issue of Tim Walz.
No, I came in early because I wanted
to the issue of Tim Walz. To the issue of Tim Walz. This is a guy that's deplorable. This is a guy that's so deplorable.
Everybody, hold on. Sorry, Emeka. One more minute, Prince. Emeka wants to have his say. He came in first. Yeah. One more minute, and then we go on to Emeka. Prince.
This the VP they chose, Tim Walz, is a man of deplorable. For a father or a parent to want to support such a candidate, it just behooves me to the core. This man advocated. In fact, they passed a law in Minnesota where he is the governor to put tampons in boys' bathrooms. See how absurd and ridiculous that is. This is the value they want to pass down to our children. This guy is a supporter of transgenderism and destruction of family in every way possible.
All right. All right. Thank you, Prince.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Prince. So Emeka, you're up next. Emeka.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I saw that you gave Enigmatic more than an hour. I was timing it properly. I enjoy listening to Enigmatic. It's not like I'm trying to criticize him, not at all, not in one bit. But
I would take as many time as you want it. Take much time that you want.
Thank you, because the next thing we'll hear from one man is going to say he wants to run with his 5 minutes, and I think it's quite unfair. And another thing I also want to make mention of the fact is, I try to appreciate my time a lot. That's why I try to come in quickly so I can speak and leave for others. I will not use 1 hour like Enigmatic. I would even love Enigmatic to keep going on. I enjoy listening to him. He comes in with a perspective that's really fresh and entertaining. But I also want to speak to one man about it if we want to be on time. And then again, why the American politics is quite entertaining and interesting, and we can also pay cognizance of the fact that America is the empire that almost controls the entire world, right? The reason why we're here is for Nigeria. If we won't begin to talk about politics in our own locality, I don't think a lot of us will be interested in want to listen to it. I'm interested in American politics. I'm not saying I'm not interested, but again, the passion we come with it is not, in my viewpoint, others can say otherwise, it's not necessary. Let the Nigerian Americans keep the American politics to themselves. Why we'll keep ours? Let's speak on the common things that brings us here, and not American politics, in my own view. I'm not interested in discussing too much American politics. If we want to do that, we can have that day. But please, let's respect our time. Thank you. Woman, let me go so I can go out. I'm very busy with my time. Yeah. So
all right, carry on.
I want to start with, maybe pick it a little bit from Enigmatic. Enigmatic came up with some perspective that I initially would want to say, and I really enjoy his opinion. Very lovely gentleman. I think I've said this in the past before. Nigerians, we are not patriotic. Probably a few of us are, but we are truly not patriotic citizens. And I would say we actually hate Nigeria with the way we go about, with our comments, our behavior, our disposition, our conduct, and our activities. We truly hate where we are from, and it's ridiculous in our view. You understand? It's like you hating your father for being your father. I know a lot of people will not see it in that analogy, but that's a very true reflective analogy that brings it home for us to begin to think about our country in a different light. Because we go about speaking ill. It's not just on forums. I've seen it from people physically, maybe even in the workplace. Nigerians take pride or joy to rubbish our country, to say it to other neighboring fellows. Then, if those guys pick up that narrative and begin to speak evil of our country, what do we do? And like what Enigmatic was saying, maybe that gives the South African the clouds to begin to say nonsense about us. And then, like, I will pick it up from where I stop. In the African continent, apart from South Africa, there is no other country in Africa that has the highest standard of living than Nigerians. No other country. I dare anyone to come up here and say it. Not even Kenya, not even Rwanda. Those ones are still trying to resuscitate themselves from the genocide. Right? You said what?
Did you say South Africa is the first in Africa? The standard,
yes, standard of living, yes. So, sir, with all due respect, not that I don't want to answer your questions. I want everyone to just hold on, hold your questions. When I'm done, you can ask me, and I'll go. So that I want to. I'm speaking off the top of my head. I don't want to break my line of thought process. Please, I beg everyone, out of respect, please. So that I pour out my speech, my thinking, and what I think. Then you can ask me questions when I'm done. I will say I'm done. You can ask me. I don't want the interjection. It will break my thinking process. So what I want to say is, like, South Africa has the highest standard of living. You go online, go and check it. It's there. Apart from South Africa, Nigerians are the next. Kenyans don't come close. Rwanda don't come close. Cameroon don't come close. Ghana don't even come close. I think Edmatic has said they are suffering. But you don't hear the Ghanaians coming out to badmouth their country. They will do it internally, but they don't come out outside to come and say it in front of you. So they will insult Nigerians the most. But they are struggling. They can't pay their debts. They can't pay their debts. The IMF just gave them a brief lifeline to see what they can do to restructure their economic issues. You saw Kenya, they rioted because of taxes. They want to raise more taxes so that they can be able to finance their budget deficit, but the people stood up and almost wanted to destroy their country. Now they have to go back to international lenders to go and get more loans to finance the debt that they are to finance their debt and budget deficit for the fiscal year. Now even their fiscal year is running to an end now. We are close to December than January. Which other country? Namibia? No. Botswana? No. Which African country apart from South Africa? So then again, if you even want to take the population size of Nigeria and South Africa, you will see that we are tremendously, or 4 times or 3 times bigger than South Africa. But consistently, we keep badmouthing Nigeria. And foolishly, we keep comparing Nigeria with Western countries. I don't think it's fair. It's not a fair comparison. When you have a country that has gone through the challenges we are currently going through and has come out of it from the learning experience and becoming better. Over 300 years of democracy, minus kingship rule, minus that exclusively. What are we doing? It's an unfair comparison. It clearly unfair, and I think it's stupid of us to be doing that. When, like, if you go and read the history of how the UK came about, the internal wars where kings were going out fighting people in Scotland, looking for land, bringing them to. We are going through that phase. We went through that phase, and now we've said, okay, now collectively we want to be a country. and we want to define our destiny by ourselves. After colonialism, after tribal war, after ethnic war, after all the issues, after pushing out our the colonizers and determining democracy for ourselves, after the coup, so many coups, military coups that has hindered us from moving forward democratically. Now we have said, okay, I think we've been stupid in the past. Let's see how to move forward. And yet, we're still making the same mistake. We don't remember history. We have amnesia. We don't remember our history. We don't remember our challenges. We don't remember our problems. We still want to destroy that country again. I leave it to their own patriotic, hateful Nigerians. Let them see into their heart. If truly they've been fair to that country called Nigerians, or if truly they're actually saying the truth. But if you are a proper history student of history, you will find out that even the United States went through this cheating problem. The United Kingdom went through this cheating problem. Australia have the key, the Aborigines and the Indians who are there. Every country went through this difficult problem. The country we aspire to be has gone through these challenges. And they've said to themselves, okay, never again, let's get our act right. We are not saying to ourselves, but again, so very wicked people are coming again to say they want to still destroy this country. They are calling for military coup. It's foolish of us, very foolish of us, and very unpatriotic of us. Now, let's go on. Let me go on to the section where Enigmatic was talking about. I do not agree with him. I respect his opinion, but I do not agree with him. And I think he is playing to the gallery. What the political elites are doing is to divide and conquer. If he has read the Machiavelli philosophy, I know Tunaja is correctly reading that. Is a strategy, right? Because in your numbers you are powerful, in silos you are weak. That is what the elites do everywhere in the world. If you are a student of power and politics, you will see it everywhere in the world. And that's when I keep saying it. Understand what you are doing, because you don't know how the elites are playing you as pawns. It's on my Twitter. They are playing us as pawns. You understand? But if you understand politics and you understand the mindset of the elites, you will know what the game they are trying to do. You see Peter Obi playing that. You see Atiku playing that. Even the president too, he did that. The Emiloko and the Yoruba Loco is still part of the game. And you can see entrenched into our politics is the religious aspect of it, and also the tribal and ethnic aspect of it. Why? Is because we have different religion. If we all have one religion, they won't play that game. But what are they trying to do here is to see how to bring out, elicit emotions out of people, out of the voters, so that the voters can come out and be angry and not vote for the opposition, but vote for them. That's the power game. Understand it, you will know what they're doing. But foolishly, you have people who think, oh, no, Obi represents my interest. Obi does not represent your interest. Obi is pursuing his power game. And I'll say it clearly. Some people will come and say, oh, Emeka, you are not an Igbo man. You are not really, I'm more of an Igbo person than many of you. I'm a prince, so you should know that. I know what Obi is doing. I know the games he's playing. He's playing the power game. And he's a destructive force for the Igbo. That is a topic I will bring up another time. How bad Obi has made us look collectively for us to end the trust of other ethnic zones, so that they can see us as viable options to come up to the highest office of the land. But we don't understand these games. And Obi himself, as stupid as he is, and as silly as he is, he's still playing that game. The elite will use those devices to try to put us in silos so that we can be emotional and see how to want to support us. Same thing Atiku did with this protest, sponsoring the protest. Him and Mobi, the foolishness, both of them. But regardless, that's fine. Another thing Edgimatu said that I think I do not agree is, what did the protest? The protest did not achieve anything. I think Edgimatu was looking at it from the point of the objectives the protesters are trying to come up with, like their demands. Those protesters are as confused as cockroaches and ants on the road. They are very confused people. That's why many of them didn't want to come out to say they are the leaders of the protest. They are cowards and they are confused. But what has that protest done? The upside of it is that it has brought to the awareness of the elites, the political class, as well as the president. And you can see there is a change in consciousness, that people are angry, people are hungry. Yes, the president keeps saying, oh, I am aware, but now he's seeing that truly, if we don't work, not only would these people come up and eat us, they will chase us out completely. So that consciousness alone is a positive. And you can see that shift. For the very first time, we saw the Minister of Power coming out to communicate his plans. I sent it to Woman. I don't know, maybe Woman didn't have enough time to play it. And he's not telling us that I now understand the challenges we have within the power sector, and we are now in the implementation phase. On several occasions in the past, we've criticized him, we've even called for his head, we wanted him fired, and we were right at that point in time. But now we see that the power sector or the Ministry of Power is improving, and we can see power is improving in Nigeria gradually because the minister now has taken charge of his ministry and doing what he is supposed to do rather than facing his governorship aspiration. That same consciousness will now filter through all the ministries and commissions that we have, because the elite now see that the average Nigerian is truly, truly angry, not just hungry, that things are changing. So that protest has an upside. The downsides are enough because they did not achieve most of their aim, but to drive that consciousness into the hearts of the elite, yes, it is very important. There's one thing that people must need to understand. The elites are few, but they control the majority. To put fear in the hearts of the elites is enough for them to begin to do what you want. Because if you're a true student of power, you will know that the elites don't serve the interests of the majority. They serve their own interests alone. Those who they consider to be important stakeholders, that is what they are for, and that is what they will do. But once you bring fear into their heart, they will now begin to look at, oh, there's a threat of our position. We must now respond to ensure that we don't get into this these threats being materialize in the future. Elites love power. They will not want to lose power. So they will give you what you want, and then, but those protesters who they think they don't know, they are going to catch them all. I think they've caught one of them. He's in prison or he's in jail with the DSS currently. But that's a discussion for another time. The South African matter. Now, to be fair, what Egrimati said, I enjoy his piece. I think I share some of it. But what South Africa is doing is what the far right in the UK is currently doing now. Similarly, the Republicans are doing. So the reason is that we fear the unknown. If our country is very good too, economically, we will see a surge of immigrants coming in, whether from the whether from African countries or whether from even the West. People will tend to move to where they can increase their wealth and their prosperity to be prosperous, right? If Nigeria was doing well, we saw that in the 50s, we saw that in the 60s, we saw that in the 70s, and right to the beginning of the 80s, where we say Ghana must go, because we felt the Ghanaians are coming to take up our job. So if Nigeria had not gone backward, we would have seen a huge surge of immigrants coming in, especially from Ghana. And we continue to blame Ghana for our economic problems, right? Just like what South Africa is doing now, like what the UK is doing now. They are blaming immigrants for taking their jobs, the jobs that they themselves will not do. They are blaming other people. So we as human beings will keep blaming others for our issues rather than we looking inwards to solve our own problem. We will not want to take responsibility or accountability for our own personal development, but we will want to point fingers at others for creating problems that we created. So that is what South Africans are doing. Because they have a good economy, there's a surge of migrants coming in. Zimbabweans are there, Tanzanians are there, Kenyans are there, Botswanas, Nigerians. So they look for who to blame for their woes. They stop blaming the white men who created apartheid for them, because there's no more reason for them to blame apartheid. Now, we now have many black South Africans at the helm of multinational corporations or even local corporations. There's a growing middle class of black South Africans, but again, the poor ones are still in the majority. I saw an analysis that only 4% of black South Africa own land, and a majority of 70% of the lands are being owned by white South Africans. And those white South Africans are still a minority of them in population. But that's how life is. Those who with wealth are few. those who don't have are more. And those who don't have will continue to blame those who have instead of them to work on themselves and see how to move from poverty to prosperity. So that's why they are blaming Nigerians. Then on that note too, I will also want to finger point Nigerians who are in South Africa are not conducting themselves in the proper light. If they are doing the right thing, the noises about blaming Nigerians for their woes would not hold waters. When you find Nigerians involved in criminal activities, drug peddling, prostitution, kidnapping, no, not kidnapping, and let me not say what it's not.
Have we lost you? Have you lost me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I think we lost Emeka.
I was interrupted by a call. So,
all right.
No, I'm back. I got a call. I received the call.
All right.
Can
I push you a little? Yeah, we can hear you now, but can I push you a little bit though? But carry on.
Go ahead, Wamba. You are the host.
No, I'm not pushing you on any with a question, but pushing you for time. So
okay. You see what I'm saying now, but I respect what you that favoritism, not favoritism. I know a lot of people were not on the platform at that point in time.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Give me 1 second, Emeka. When we started, there were about 3 of us. You, me, Emeka. Ajanle Koko, and Enigmatic. So he started first, so I
agree.
So but
I know that's why I wanted to qualify my statement because it's not favoritism. It's just that we didn't have enough people. And I respect that. I did say I'm not going to use 1 hour just like him, right? But I will want to really, if you can offer me that time to really express some of the views.
Carry on. The floor is still yours.
Thank you. You see, I've emotionally manipulated you. That. Thank you very much. So what I was trying to explain here is Nigerians, South Africans, why they are trying to blame immigrants or Nigerians for their poverty and economic woes, which I think is not appropriate. Nigerians themselves too has now conducted their affairs properly. You can't go into another man's country and begin to perpetrate crime. It is completely wrong. It is out of place, and it should not be so. So now that there's xenophobia on immigrants, especially Nigerians in South Africa, you would look at things and you say, okay, 2 wrongs do not make a right. But then again, what are you guys trying to do? Nigerians in other countries should conduct themselves as ambassadors. We're ambassadors in those countries. So we must be in top-notch behavior. We've carried that behavior to Malaysia, to United Arab Emirates, where they now stopped visa for us, and we were now blaming the government for our own silliness, for perpetrating crime in another man's country. Those people responded and said, we don't want Nigerians again in this country. And then we started blaming the government for being criminals in United Arab Emirates, especially in Dubai. I just don't get it. And I just don't get why some Nigerians are just being foolish. So if same thing would happen if here in Canada, a huge number of Nigerians are behaving in a bad manner, they will stop us from coming here. And then are we going to go and be blaming the government? No. I also find it ridiculous for Nigerians to blame government for being a criminal. You hear that from Yahoo boys and 419s. They say, oh, because the government is not helping us out with jobs. That's why I went to crime. Those things are nonsense. It's clearly nonsense. And I think Nigerians should stop this behavior. They should stop it. A criminal is a criminal, and a criminal should pay for the consequences of their crime. Don't blame anybody for you being a criminal. There are other ways to get out of poverty. Why did you choose to do crime? Because you're a criminal. You think like a criminal, you act like a criminal, you have a criminal mindset, and that's why you went to crime. So for other Nigerians to want to also, because now it appears that we are now normalizing advanced fee fraud. It's not normalized. It's not a normal thing. Let's be honest. It shows how stupid we are as people. We looked at a crime, we have normalized the crime, we have allowed it to fester, and now it's not becoming our identity. But so long with you, I am not a criminal. Enjoy those who want to enjoy, who think Yahoo boys are doing the right thing in the society. Well, if you come to, I will embarrass you very well. Very, very well. I don't enjoy associating with criminals, and I do not want to be with criminals. That's why I go hard on my people, because many of us are behaving in an abnormal way. Kidnap, criminality, drug peddling, gun smuggling, and selling of fake drugs. That's what many Igbo people who chase money are doing. That I call it hard. If you say that I'm being hard on that, I have to be hard on stupid Igbo people. I have to be hard because they are not representing us properly. Those Igbo criminals must go to jail, and they must die in jail too, because they don't represent the true nature of Igbo people, our perseverance and our industrious behavior. So for those who want to say that I'm calling out Igbo people for their stupidity, God will punish you too. If you don't like it, God will punish you very hard and punish your generation. So I will continue with what I'm saying. Let me round up. Anyway, to round up is we are not patriotic people, and we need to begin to be patriotic Nigerians. And to enigmatic, what I will say to you, you are playing to the hands of the elites. When you say, Igbo people, no, it is foolish Igbo people who are playing that tribal games. They are pawns to the elites. So I consider you to be an intelligent man. Don't look into that mindset. It's only foolish people that subscribe to that. Same thing with foolish Yoruba people who are subscribing to that ethnic bigotry. It is a game the elites use to push you as pawn to go and do their dirty works for them. What I would say is, what is our difference? I can say for the North, we're a bit quite different, right? But for we in the South, we don't really have much difference, except our languages. Apart from that, we eat the same food, we marry each other, we live together, we've been doing things successfully together. Let's not allow politics and the divisive measures of the elites to put us apart, because I don't think we will gain anything from that. Thank you very much and good evening.
All right, excellently put. So that's the majestic Emeka. So of course the excellence of Emeka. So that's the mighty man right there. So the mighty man. So it's a prince, as you know. As I told you yet, that it's a prince. He's a bit shy about it, but it's a prince. So sorry, gentlemen. With your permission, let me go to Ekene, who has been pushing to come through because his battery is low, and so Ekene, if you're ready now.
One man.
Hold on.
Can I hold on?
Yeah.
Can I hold on? Can I hold on? You will go. You see, if I want to act like Emeka did just a few minutes ago, I will insist that I want to talk to. You see, the way you have enabled some people on this platform to think that it is when they want to speak, that is when you should let them speak, I think it's not good. Some people have this mentality that let me come in, let me push myself to speak, and as soon as I speak, I go out. And sometimes they can go for many days, don't show up, and when they show up, you call them first before others. So this, your habit of enabling people not to have patience for them to speak, for them, you know, for you to call them before they speak, and they want to force their way through, I think you have to do something about it. What Emeka did, I think it's very, very wrong. When you are trying to let Prince Daddy speak in response to what Enigmatic was saying against Trump, you see, he didn't want you to allow him to speak. He want to force himself to speak because according to him, I want to go and do something. That is not. We should all be patient.
No, Baba Jalikoko, I came here first, right? I came here. I think I was here before Enigmatic. One man, correct me if I'm wrong. but I didn't take an objection.
Let Ajene Kokolan. Let Ajene.
No, I don't want him to cast. No, I don't know what I don't like. One man, I have to defend my character. I have to defend my.
I think this is part of what is being said. So let him land. Let me address it, and then you cap it off, and then we go. So let him land. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that Emeka, the way you acted to want to stop this guy, not to one man is not saying he want to put him ahead of you, but just to respond, and you are trying to refuse totally. That is not. That is. I mean, that is not good. It is not good. So I think we should be patient. Sometimes we should be patient and allow one man to do it in the best way that is good for the platform. So one man sometimes he jump over some people. He has done it for me several times. I don't speak, but I don't care because it's not a big deal to me as far as I'm concerned. It could be a big deal to some other people. But all I'm just saying is that the way Emeka acted this evening, for trying to, stop Prince Daddy to respond just for some few minutes. I think you sometimes you have to be patient and let get it organized and let it run well so that we won't degenerate the conduct of the platform into basbos and stuff like that. So one man, I think you have to look into what I'm saying. This is your idea of some people come, they force their way through. I think it's wrong. Some people will come, go for some few days, come back, and then you will take them up above others that have been ahead of them. I think it's not good. It's not good for people that come in early. For me,
all right.
But for other people, they might not want to talk, but I don't think it's good. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajene Koko. So the first thing is when we started, there was actually three of us. When I was doing the readout, it was yourself, Emeka, and Enigmatic that were here. So it was the three of us. So it was often it starts like that, and then the room starts to populate. So I went to Enigmatic. It was only the three of us. So that conversation went the way it went. Chiamaka, come and join us, by the way. We've not heard from you in a while. So it went the way it went. And the last topic, Prince wanted to, but first, I try to strike, I'm always pushing people to go through. It's because I'm conscious of how long people have been waiting. So that's one. But the other thing is, sometimes it doesn't necessarily run in the order that people come in. It runs really in the order of where the conversation is at its strongest. That's how I try to run it. Is where the conversation is at its strongest. So if Enigmatic goes on a really heavy submission, then you probably want to counter it with somebody like Pansat or a Kenneth that will counterbalance whatever narrative Enigmatic is presenting. So I might do that, much to the chagrin of whoever was here before, whoever. So sometimes it's like a production, not just turn by turn. So there's that one. But then I also recognize the sense of injustice that somebody comes in early because they want to have their submission early, but it doesn't go to them. So I recognize that as well. So what I've often advocated whenever this comes up is for people to have the understanding that I try to curate it in a way that makes the conversation at its strongest. So I try to curate it in a way that makes the conversation at its strongest. And that's often instances it's not turn by turn. And then the second thing is, when I am curating it, I also implore that people, they don't go on a long and extended submission on everything. Just because somebody spoke for 30 minutes, that doesn't mean you have to speak for 30 minutes as well, especially when the room is populating. So I'm always pushing people, but I do recognize what you're saying, and I do take it on board. And I think you've pointed it out before, but it's a work in progress, isn't it? We'll continue to make the adjustments till we get it right. So, Emeka, only a minute, and then we'll go on.
Yeah,
to
one man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. To Baba Janikoko, I think grievances. I think that was a cheap shot to me, and I can understand from your view. Now, let me explain. First, to Prince Daddy, please, if you feel really bad that I interjected, I apologize. Why I did so was, I think I've been on this platform for quite a while, and I understand how things go in the sense that if we now begin to do the interjection, and I know you're very passionate about American politics. I know you get very rattled about Trump, and you because you love him. We will go on that pivotal, we just pivot and start talking about American politics, and that's not the context, right? So then again, and I will explain myself. I know one man would reach out, and sometimes I don't join because I'm quite busy. I have a team in the Philippines. As I'm talking to you, in few minutes, I would log into a meeting because it's Monday their time. So I have to log in to find out to see what's going on with them. So I also have a team in Canada here that I manage. So it means that at almost all the time, it's not like I run 24 hours, but I just check in. So my time is very, very important and valuable. What I try to do is when woman, and I notice I love this show. Not that I don't love it. I love the show and I like to want to come on time. Come in and express my own opinion, especially when there are things in the news that I want to express an opinion on. But sometimes I don't get to do that anymore because I'm very, very engaged now. And when I do have that time, I come in early, right? I try to come in early, speak, and then go back to what I'm supposed to be doing. When we're going on this long trajectory of stuff, especially when they are not relevant, in my view, I'm not saying no opinion is relevant. When they are not relevant to the topic, I try to want to see, okay, no, let's get back to this topic. So Baba Janik, okay, yes, it's a cheap shot, but it's coming from the point that you don't understand how precious my time is. So when I come in, it's because I have a few minutes to want to say something, and I've not been on the platform for quite a while. I just don't want to think people to think, oh, I've left the platform and I'm off. No. So Babajo, please, just to provide that context to you, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. It's just that my time is very demanding, and I just want to express my opinion and move on. So when we're not doing that back and forth on American politics, when many of us don't stay in America, many of us are not interested in American politics. A lot of us here are interested in what is going on in our country. I think it's, in my view, a waste of our time. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. But still, what Adele Koko said still valid. But thank you, everybody. That's part of feedback.
I appreciate him. You should look into it. But if I'm here before somebody, right, and it is my turn, and the person wants to go on a tangential stop discussion on things I think is not relevant, I need to call it out. But if people want to say no, they don't want to hear from me.
Emeka,
I can bounce.
I wanted to cap that off and move on.
I can bounce.
Oh, no. You don't have to bounce, or unless you have to. But I wanted to acknowledge what Adale Koko said and what you said as well, and then we go back to the conversation. So, Ekene, if you're still there, you're up next.
One man.
Okay. Alpha.
I do. When the first speaker and second speaker is whenever they have the show, you just have to cool down and allow them to do whatever they want to do, because it's very difficult to come into their discussion. But thanks be to God that we're able to have the patience to allow them do their stuff, and then we come in. First of all, Prince, you are well done. No, I greet you, Prince. I greet you specially, Prince of Umuahia.
You define trouble, Abi?
Not find any trouble. So I want to start like this because of the.
So sorry, let me ask you something. Just when you were saying Prince of Umuahia, you know that greeting that they do in the East, where they part 3 times to the back and then 1 to the front. What does that mean?
What? Okay, that hand greeting also.
Yeah, you know that hand greeting when they will pat each other from back, and then front. What does that mean? Or does it even have any meaning?
It's an Igbo greeting now. When the greeting of I don't even know whether our prince knows how to do that. But maybe when he comes back from abroad, we'll teach him how to do it.
And they use hand fan to do it as well.
Can you just do for trouble from the prince, yeah?
Look at that,
Prince
look at
will
that. Do you know what they call TINUBU?
Prince needs to be in the land to know what is going on. I don't know why our prince is abroad. Prince don't stay abroad. But anyway, yeah, our prince is a rich prince, so he can stay wherever he wants to. So let us be protecting the culture for him. So when he comes back, we will tell him how the Ishies and the chief greets with that type of greeting that you just explained, one man. It's for the Ishies.
You'll be in the Southeast in December, right? I invite you to come to my village, okay? Izumubuoko, Amakama Olokoro, you are free to come to my village. Feel free. I will still extend the invitation to you in December. I'll be in my village in December. Feel free. I would come on the platform and call you to come. So maybe you can be the witness, the proper witness enough to go back to the platform because you've been an antagonist to me. There's nothing really to say to you. I have nothing really to prove to you. But you come and witness
I will be glad now. I'm not disputing the fact that it's just that my only concern is that my only concern is that you might.
So hold on,
yes.
I'll listen to you. Since I'll be hosting you, so as my guest, I have to take good care of you with your security and everything. I don't know how many days you're going to stay. I don't think Anambra, I don't know. I think you're from Onitsha, or probably. It's not that far enough. It should be 3 hours. You should come to my place.
No problem.
And then
I'm not disputing.
do the video yourself and show it to the rest of the people. I don't.
No, I will do it now. You know, I will do it now. But the only concern I have is just to make sure that I lay out some culture that you might have forgotten. That's the only thing I will do.
See, I'm open to learning. There's nothing wrong with that. If you think there are ways you want to help my people, yeah, feel free. Then don't forget. Don't forget. You will donate to. You will donate to my foundation that I'm creating for my village. So you will donate. So when you are coming, call with money. You know you're a rich man too.
All right.
No problem.
Can I leave Emeka alone? Deal with this. I have a clip for you.
What is it?
Ní ọjọ́ kẹfà tí a na ọjà yìí, ìgbà kẹfà tí a na ọjà yìí, ìsọ́sú, òun náà ni àwa. Bóun ni ẹ ṣe ń ta iṣu yín?
Alhamdulilayi bil alamin. Èyí tí ó wà nílẹ̀ yìí 5,000 naira lálẹ́ yìí. Ọlọ́ọ̀bá kọ́ bá ní.
Èló ni àfihàn àbá yìí nísìnyí? Èló lẹ́tà fún ajálẹ̀?
Àdíyelé 5,000 naira ni.
Ṣé ẹ sì rí pé ṣé ò sí yéye pé ó gbẹnu sókè?
Ọ̀gbẹ́nu sókè o. Àfìsẹ́ àwa náà rà àwa tún tà ń bì láti jẹ́ pé káwọn èèyàn ó lè jẹ̀gbádùn ọjà yìí ni.
Mo sì rí pé ẹ bá wo ilé 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nípa ìyẹn fọ́ lọ́wọ́ à ń bẹ̀ ẹ sì ní ẹ̀tàn 5,000 tí máa san sí gba 4,500.
Àdíyelé ìyẹ̀tà wọ́n ti ń rà níta lélẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ 100 ta lélẹ̀ ẹnu tó kù lẹ́nu àárọ̀ yìí.
So there it is, 5,000 naira for 6 huge tubers of yam. So you'll find it a struggle. This your narrative. You'll find it a struggle to hold on to it. This is your narrative that you've been selling.
Well, man, can I be given 1 minute to respond to Emeka?
No. Let's cap off that space. Otherwise,
in fact, I'm highly impressed with his submission. So, how I wish we have 5%.
Well, one man, how do you say PC market? We are yet to witness it. Well, I just pray that one day we'll see them. But I don't want to discuss anything about yam and the tomato.
What about Agbado and Ewa? Do you want to discuss Agbado and Ewa?
No, I don't want to discuss about. I really had a video that I want to discuss on this platform, which you have refused to play for me. That okay, Bakassi interview. I really want to discuss that video, but you don't want to play it. But no problem. Let me just go straight to what I just few things there, and then I will go and sleep. I'm already getting tired.
One man, play the video. I personally, okay, Bakassi is my friend, so we shared some insight on it. Play the
Yes.
video. So I can even give you an. It's not. So, can I? Just to, I know where you're coming from, right? Okay, Bakassi is not against TINUBU. Just to be sure, to let you know, he is not against TINUBU. So I know his opinion in house and what he said on that interview. I shared it, and woman, I can share our conversation.
Were you not the one that shut down Adan Lekoko when they tried to interject you just
Oh,
then?
sorry, no. Because I don't want Ekene to feel he has said he has called you out that you don't want to play the video. So I think you should. He's a valuable a member of the platform, so I think you should play that video, right? Because that's what he wants to talk about. And why I even want you to play the video is because I also want him to tell him what OK Bakassi's opinion truly is, because we spoke about it. So you can play the video. It's your choice. It's your call.
Yes, it's not that I don't want to play. It's not that I don't want to play the video. I tried to download it, but it's too big. You know, it won't come into
Just
the
11
studio.
minutes.
Huh?
It's just 11 minutes.
It's like I said, videos over. I can play it directly from your WhatsApp if you. But I'm not going to play an 11-minute video though with everybody waiting. But carry on anyway. Carry on.
Well, it's because I will just say things concerning this Yoruba and Igbo stuff that is going on. Well, you know, if sometimes I feel very happy the way I relate with my Yoruba friends here.
Sorry, I'll just say this and then be quiet because I want you to flow. Are people talking about it where you are?
No, I just want to. That's the point I want to make, because I've never heard that on the street. I never hear it from any of my friends, Yoruba friends. You see me in the market that day. All of them are Yoruba women that I know. That even if somebody like Enigmatic want to attack me, those women will first of all attack him. If somebody like Ganuyu wants to attack me, those women will be the first person to attack them back, because I am more useful to them than the people that comes here and say.
Yes. We saw you romancing the tomato seller that she was doing love something towards you.
So that's
what is going on between you and that tomato seller woman?
She's my good friend now. She's any day if she don't see me any Saturday, she go just the verse. You understand? Any Saturday that she did not see me, she just the same thing with the man that sells me to me. Also Yoruba. If the man not see me, he will just become angry. You understand? But a lot of them, the fish sellers, a lot of them, so all of them are Yoruba women hustling in the market, and I know that I patronize them almost 3 times in a week, all of them. So if somebody like Enigmatic and few other people here wants to chase us out of Lagos or chase me out of Lagos, I know that if I am in the midst of those women, they will just shoot Enigmatic and they allow me go.
Now for you, guy, they go. We can't nonsense with this. Who they chase you come on Lagos?
No, I just want to tell you so that people that come here, people online warriors of
you said they go shoot them.
Let me tell you.
Who want? Guy, calm down, man.
So that online warriors that talk about Igbos this, Igbos that, Igbo do, Igbo can go.
Now
they will just
topic, but when they give you a response,
they will just
entirely.
They will just know the reality.
Wait concern your life where Igbo they attack you as Sabi you Sabi me. You know Sabi me now. I know Sabi.
It's just banter. It's just banter. Carry on.
Yeah.
So why you mention the
facts? It's just banter now. Let him just carry on. It's just banter.
You know if you talk, you don't mention person name. You know if you just talk, make you don't mention person name.
It's just for most of online warriors. Online warriors to know that nobody on the ground, all those real, because I call them real.
Hold on, Ekene. Hold on, Ekene. You've already addressed it now, so just let him flow. It was just
I have people
bantering
here.
you.
They're asking me what you said. What you said? They are just
No,
it's
just bantering you. You could hear laughter in his voice now, so it's not anything heavy. Just let him flow. All right, no, Okon banter, so just let him just carry on. Back to you, Ekene.
It's just to show the situation on ground. The real people we associate with every day don't listen to all this nonsense going on social media between well, I don't even know how to put it. I don't even know how to put it, but that's it. That's how it is. It's just a simple analysis of what will happen if they really mean business that one day Igbo should leave Lagos. And in support of that, we are going to Ogun State on the 7th of October to marry one Yoruba dance. I'll be there that day. So we just go there. My friend is going there to marry one of the beautiful Yoruba, and it's a very obedient Yoruba girl. So we are going to marry her.
That doesn't marry often. What usually happens is a Yoruba man marries an Igbo woman. It's not often that an Igbo man marries a Yoruba woman. It happens, but not with the frequency of the other way around.
Yeah, that is it. But we marry. I know a lot of us marry Yoruba women. Yeah, these are young couples, friends for almost 4 years now, and they're getting married on the 7th of September. So we are all heading to Ogun State after that reading camp to make the necessary things that we have to do, pay the diary and all those things. Then we'll bring our woman to Lagos. She'll be staying with us so that we have the numbers of more Yoruba beside us, so that whenever they feel like they want to attack us, they will know that we're already having the numbers. So I don't even know so a lot of politicians that are putting division within the Nigerian poor masses are trying to achieve. But whatever they are trying to achieve will chop their head. Not the head of these poor masses are trying to live in peace and harmony, do business together, and all those stuff. Because I cannot hate any hustling, blessed Yoruba women out there because of all the things I hear on platform daily. Cannot do that. Those are genuine Yoruba women.
The men,
You see them.
why the women? What of that, the men?
It's the women that I used to patronize every day that I know. So few are men. So all those Yoruba women that are more, even I can rate them higher than their men because they are more hustlers. You see them every day. All this ice fish, all this call it petty business. They sabi it well. So and I'm very happy to associate with them every day by day. So and I cannot even have any atom of hatred because of all this nonsense we are talking here every day. That's why I say most of the time, I think it's the educated one that wants to spoil this country. That's how I see it, and it's quite unfortunate because education is becoming a disease to us instead of promoting the need of it. What do you call it? It just educates.
Is it because your girlfriend is a Yoruba woman?
No, I don't have a Yoruba girlfriend. It's just
let me show people your girlfriend. Just stay there 1 minute. This is a Kenneth's girlfriend, and you'll see them playing love games in a moment. Watch this.
Might give you one. Might give the other one. This one how much last? 800. This one na 300 naira before now. 400. Why go add too much money? This might cost of myself. You don't know say money no dey this country. Might buy this. Might buy only this one. Why don't collect? Oh yeah, might give you 1 3 for the 42. 41 why don't collect?
Look at that. Love one thing, tea over tomato selling. Look at this guy. You better take it easy. About you, Ekene.
One man, that's what we see every day. That's how we relate every day. It's not just because of the video clip. It's just how we relate every day. So, and I love it. So, and that's you can imagine somebody like this woman now, very close to me, and tomorrow you say you want to chase me out of Lagos. Don't you know what will happen, one man? So my explanation is just very simple for people that are promoting disunity in this country. They can continue to do that. So if they want to put the life of the poor masses in danger, they can continue to do that. Even with all the education and everything, if they choose to use it to put the life of the poor masses in danger, then they can continue to do that, both from the Igbo side and from the Yoruba side. I'm not siding anybody on this because this is a national unity. So we should be able to use our influence, whatever we have gained around the world, call it education, to promote unity and love within the Nigerian space. So what you hear online is very, very different from what you hear on ground. Very, very different. And I can confirm it. It's just that if I come here, I don't feel like telling you guys, talking about this anymore. Because if I go on the street, I feel more safer. I feel more embraced. I feel more accommodating. Accommodated by this lovely Yoruba women. And even my landlady also is a Yoruba woman. So I have my former landlord is a Yoruba man. And they on a very good relationship. On a very good relationship. Because I'm the caretaker of her compound. So she can trust me wherever she is. Ask me, my friend, what is going on there. So what have you? Before you talk about what you want to do, my Yoruba, my land, you would have also show your influence in the life of these young Yoruba women hustling out there. Before you can talk about chasing the people they see every day out of their space. Do you think they'll be happy with you? Do you think so? Do you think if this woman did not see me for 1 month, he will be happy that educated people come on platform and they promote bigotry to chase away their friends out of Lagos? Do you think so? You come tomorrow and tell them, hey, now these people occupy our land, yo. Now these people do this, yo. So therefore we chase them out of Lagos. Then you will now be going there you after chasing them out, you go back abroad, stay in your comfortable zone, pressing your phone, promoting your bigotry. Then you leave them in the mercy of whatever will happen to them. Because you should be able to come back and stay with them, patronize them, make their business to be more.
Let me ask you a question. Because you are painting a different narrative from what's led to this sort of headlines. You know, there's this narrative that, oh, these people, they're lazy, they sell us their land, they this, that, and the other. They say it all the time. And then all this narrative around the place is no man's land. And then when they want to do festivals of culture like Oro, etc., they rubbish and diminish it. So it's almost as though the indigenous people of that space are being disrespected and trampled on. And that is what led to this sort of headline. So you cannot say that there was no build-up to it. There was a build-up to it.
Well, I think because if I come here every day, I still want to hear the name of the person that.
I can hold on. Make I ask one question. Woman, I don't know how long you lived in Lagos before you went to live where you are today. Is it today you've been hearing about this bickering between some people saying that Lagos is no man's land, Is it now that you're just hearing it?
I am just hearing it. Oh, I'm not sure if you want to say it has history, but
No, it has been an ongoing thing a long time. Even it predates even the Civil War. Yeah, it predates the Civil War. So I don't know why now. Why now you people have to now bring out this narrative because of one guy who stays in that who's in Axel Rock there, and then you people want to promote this issue.
It was a last year election, and it was caused by like obedience. So don't what you don't. I'm a Lagos guy, so don't say.
No, so you are a Lagos guy. We are not Lagos guy, Abi.
So why are you
what are
now
you talking about?
why are you now saying that it's been on for decades? It became pronounced. It became pronounced last year when they won
you are a Lagos guy, you will not be talking like this.
When they won election.
But have we seen it at this level that you are trying to promote it here?
This is what a because. Yes,
now, Tinubu now is there now. People are talking about Lagos no man's land. Come on, you guys. I mean, what is wrong with you people's head?
Can I have an interjection for 10 seconds?
No, I don't want to.
Just 10 seconds. I'm not going back and forth. Please, just 10 seconds. I've never asked for this before.
All right, have that interjection. All right, have that interjection, and then
just for 10 seconds to continue on the Yes, what I just wanted to say to rational mind is that if you are truly an indigenous Lagos, if you are truly an indigenous Lagosian, this narrative affects you in a way. It affects your psyche in a way. For somebody to come and tell me that your area is not your area, that is no man's land.
Don't tell me that BS of it's not my area. I mean, I don't need anybody to tell me who am I.
So I think that is what is infuriating some of us that were indigenous Lagosians. Even if you say it to me as a Yoruba man from other states, I will still
don't send me this Yoruba man crap of the thing.
So I think that's the position. Thank you, Mama. Thank you.
Hold on. Rasnama, you didn't even listen to what he said. Did you hear what he said?
He did not listen now. He has his own bias mind already.
Okay, hold on, Rasnama. You can respond to it, but listen to what he said. So say it again, so he understands.
Okay.
You can
what
disagree,
I'm saying
but
is that if we've analyzed how Peter Obi won, we have some of us too that are Yorubas, Lagosian, that voted for Peter Obi. We brought an evidence. We believe maybe in his capacity. But when some people are now want to look at this issue and tell me Lagos is a no man's land, that it developed my state, there are some of these statements they are saying is irritating and actually not acceptable. If you are from Ekiti or from Oyo and you are not interested, that is you. But for us and indigenous negotiation, ask people that are from Lagos, truly, they will not accept, they will disagree with you, they will not allow this. So that is the genesis, whether it is true during the political era. During Civil War, my mother saved loads of Igbo people in her shop at Yaba when they were killing Igbos. She tells us that story regularly. So we in Lagos, we are not known to be tribal bigot or something. We are just normal. We are living our life. But some people do now come in because they want to shop in Alaba or probably repairing, they are selling a spare part market in Mushi. Now means that there is no indigenous people. That is the narrative that you should look at.
All right. So that is what is being
Thank
said.
you. God bless you.
All right. So that is what is being said.
And they're saying that people don't recognize that there is no indigenous of Lagos. It's a fallacy.
No, they're talking about respect. Do you understand respect?
There is nothing like they are not respecting them. It's just these are also the issue that you come here and you create it that people don't respect the indigenous people. How? Ojo that I stay has the Ojo local government people come to Alaba to collect revenue, and the Alaba people chase them away and say we don't respect you. Why should you come here and collect your revenue? We told you respect.
Are they talking about Alaba people? Why are you talking like Mumu like this? They are saying some people are doing it. Those are the people. I'm
Let
me finish. My don't say that I'm talking nonsense. You have started to cause another problem. Don't say I'm talking nonsense. And I did not even mention. I'm talking about
Hold
my
on, Mike.
space.
Just hold
Yeah,
on,
I
Mike.
know because although is
Mike,
also Lagos.
let him speak. Yes. So, sorry.
Although it's also Lagos, as far as
Please
I
let
know.
Ekene speak. Oh.
No, you are a
Mike, you are a host now. What's all this? You are a host now. You can't be. We've spoken about this too often now.
Let Ekene
yes.
Mike, your mic is low. Your mic is not speaking out well.
Can people please let me moderate the session? Ekene, carry on.
So, if maybe I would have said that we are disrespecting Yorubas if they have come to the space of our Alaba and say that they want to collect their revenue, and we say, why did you come here to collect your revenue? Is this your space? Why should you ask for revenue? But with all diligence, on time, we gather their revenue, the whole Alaba market, the millions of naira it is, we send them to their accounts without any fight, without any quarrel. Nobody hears about it. The last mandate they gave us is that Alaba is old. You have to start to be rebuilding it to upstairs, which is ongoing now. Ongoing with the agreement and everything put in place, signed and everything. So if I come here, I say people don't respect the indigenous, people don't do this, people don't do this. I abafulo na abafulo. Should we enter ground? Because as far as I know, we never had issue with giving the Lagos or Ojo people what duly belongs to them in return of occupying their space for doing business.
So you don't see all the tweets on Twitter, all the language, all the.
I don't care whatever happened on Twitter.
You don't
dismiss it now.
No. But Mike, please now. Let me moderate the session, please. Yes.
Whatever it is happening on Twitter is created by the educated people that's supposed to help moderate our system and promote peace and unity among us. Because you don't tell me that what you go to school to learn is to type bigotry on the Twitter space, whether Igbo or Yoruba. It's quite unfortunate that what you spend how many years in school and come out, the only thing you can think of in this your brain is to sit down on Twitter space and be creating unnecessary issue where there is no issue. And it's quite time we begin to educate ourselves because we are not really educated. It's quite time. So I don't. Most of the time, I don't. For the first time, I'm speaking on this issue. I've never spoke about it, even when you guys are talking about it. I just decided to keep calm. But I think this is the first time I have to speak about it. Even when those conversations were going on Twitter, I don't even comment. I will just overlook it because I live happily with my Yoruba friends. I do business with them. They are valuable to me, and I'm valuable to them. And I know that I impart in them, and they impart in me more than you guys staying abroad doing all those nonsense. Because if I shoot because of you and leave Lagos, does it make sense? Will you come back and stay here and be patronizing them also so that they will see their livelihood every day? You will not do that. You will just create that problem and stay abroad and be enjoying your dollars. So, being the first time and I'm saying anything about this thing, I think we should be careful in this country, especially the educated ones. I will call them out because they should know better. They should know better. The ones, all these, my friends that I see on the street, We never had any discussion. We have not even sat down one day. Even the young guys like me, that comes to patronize me, a young guy like me that comes to patronize me, we never had any discussion like this. That even one day I can even send a video of him also having a good time together. Even though he's an APC supporter, but the relationship we enjoy is even worse than what you guys are doing here.
Sorry, can I ask people who have not clicked on the like button to please do so? Whatever strain of the conversation you agree with, these conversations necessarily have to take place. So it is a conversation between adult people of our good brain functioning, discussing problems that afflict our country. So don't be moved by however you are on the divide. Click on the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. Back to Ekene.
So it's quite time we start to educate ourselves one man and to channel our energy on the real problem we are facing and know how to get the best out of our country. That should be what we should be promoting. I don't know the people that I'm not one of the people that create platform. If you look to all my platforms,
are you saying you are unaware of a heavy background of disrespect, especially during the election space? We bought all the land. Lagos belongs to us. Lagos is no man's land. This, that, and the other, all of that sort of language. Are you saying you did not come across any of it? Because it was all
I've
over
not
the
come
place.
across because even during the time of election,
you've not come
during the time
across
I've not come across it anywhere.
Right.
During the time of election, the guy that was standing for APC is also a young boy like me. We chatted together, we do everything together. You understand? We never call ourselves we never tell ourselves that we are going to win you this and this. You understand? I think an election should be, if you are qualified, you have voters card, wherever you register, you just vote. It's simple as that. So if you are creating that narrative just to make people fear not to vote where they are, I don't think it's necessary. Nobody is being stopped to vote. Even when they try to stop and say, even when they come there to say, what they said is, if you don't want to vote APC, just leave the space. They never say if you don't want to vote a Yoruba man, leave the space, because it's all about their party. It's all about their party. If you are not voting APC, leave this space. Then people woke up and say, why should you tell us to leave? Is that a bad statement?
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask you to be sincere to yourself, because every one of us, when we are in this platform, we will appreciate it for every one of us to be truthful, and whatever tribal toga and everything, we put it aside, because we sell ourselves the truth. There's a proverb in our language that say in our side is, the dog that usually welcome you, but when it suddenly change and start biting you, won't you know that there is something something that you must have done that would have caused that? One, why is it the Igbos, they are in Lagos, they are in Yoruba land? Same thing as Hausa, the Northerners. But when it comes to electronic period, we don't have Yoruba don't have issues with the Northerners, because they behave themselves. But it is we the Easterners that normally have a problem with. Just like what happened last time. From the Awolowo era.
Sorry, are you asking a
Let
question?
me
Because it looks as though you're going on
let
there.
me say this. Let me say this in just
Hold on. Before you say anything, just hold on. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Can Suman, can you switch on your camera so I can see who you are? I've not seen you here before, and I'm a bit dubious about that name. So you are not on the screen yet. So Suman. So switch on your camera so I can see who you are. So if you don't, then I'm not letting you on the screen. But back to Ekene.
so I don't want to go too much deep on this, but if you want to go deep on it, it's just that a lot of us here, we are biased. We don't want to say the truth all the time, because if you see what happened even in this protest, the way the people from the north follow you see how they reacted to the army and the police people and all that. I just imagine if this thing were happened in the south, what would have been the reaction of the army? But nobody talked about it. We just kept it under. We just swept it away because we have a lot of respect for them. The same thing here. You understand? So you don't feel anything even when they react to the worst. Because I have never seen any video.
It is the Igbo that went to destroy their shops there in the north. Yes.
Yes. So,
all right.
We should not be biased, trying to decorate. Anything you want to tell Igbo, anything you want to do with Igbo people, just do with them. But the only thing is that
You did not answer my question.
No.
I've just answered you.
All right. Let me move you from there. I think we've had sufficient of that. Can you go to the South African storyline? The girl that was denied the opportunity to win the crown, only for them to give it to a white woman.
It's still the same thing now. It's still the same thing, because when South Africa knows that we are also within ourselves telling people not to contest the election because their wives are Igbo or Hausa or Fulani, then we tell them, so therefore you as a contestant under my party, you don't have any right to contest. Then in other space, your son is contesting, a bona fide son from a pure Yoruba man in a Yoruba land is contesting, and you tell him, no, your father went and married an Igbo woman, so therefore you don't have the rights to contest. So I don't think we have anybody that have or said such or defended such don't have any right to speak on this matter. It's as simple as that, because you created it and they see it. So when they do it, you don't have any right to comment on this. It is quite hypocritical to come on when you have defended such thing and say our son should not contest. You said it with your mouth. People had it from you, only for you to come out and be blaming it on the poor Nigerians staying abroad and doing their stuff. There are criminals also in Nigeria. A Chinese came to Nigeria and they buy a Fulani woman or an Hausa woman. The case went to court. It's also a big crime that if it is a Nigerian that perpetrated it abroad, people will come here and be saying Nigerians are evil, this and that. But because the man is a white, we respect them so much that she can come from abroad and buy an Hausa woman that is into relationship with him. And I don't even know what our court is doing about that. I don't know whether the man is released now or whatever. So there is, in terms of there are bad behaviors everywhere. But because in our own, what we do to ourselves is what other people do to us. So don't lay it on poor Nigerians doing their stuffs abroad. If anybody is catch up with the laws abroad, let him go to jail. It's the law. The same thing to anyone that comes to Nigeria and do anything that is against our law, let that person go to jail. Don't say Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that the cause of all this. The main cause of it is that you do it yourself, and they know that you do it yourself. So they have the right to do it also to your own. There.
Should we not condemn the behavior of the Nigerians in South Africa? Should we just turn a blind eye on it?
Nigerians are not the only one committing crime abroad.
Can I
We still
bring it
have,
on?
we still have, we have
It's
the
not
ones
relevant
also.
because they're not the only
There are,
ones
there are,
also
there,
being
let me
Nigerians.
finish. There are whites coming to mine your resources illegally in this country. You never spoke against it.
So that
Don't-
should
let me
justify
finish.
Nigeria going there to
If
fight
you
them.
have a strong law,
Mike, let him land. I want to move.
One man, let me say this
But
real
can I
quick.
ask
Just
you
No,
a question?
no.
because
Everybody
a
does.
lot of people are
No,
listening to me.
Just
Okay,
hold on. No,
Are we allowed to
enigmatic.
interject?
let me
I don't.
speak now.
No. Do you
Because it's
mind?
more than your
Am
fact.
I allowed
Guy,
to
no,
interject? Oh my, it looks like when I come here, you just always shut me up. What is this?
Hold on. Can you hold on, please? Hold on. I want Ekene to land, and then I want to move from him. And if you
Well, why
interject,
can't I interject him?
oh, okay, interject. I can respond to that interjection, and then I move on to the next contributor. But please, people cooperate with me so that the thing doesn't fall at all. And check your DM as well, Mike. Have the interjection, but just condense it into a question, and then he'll respond, and then we'll move on.
Here's the deal. When our group member does something terrible to other people, I think it's important we condemn them. My grandfather told me something when he was living in the north in the 60s. He used to tell us a story. He said when the first coup happened to that first school, January 1960 school, there were some Southeasterners in the north, in the market. They were singing songs, taunting the Northerners. And my grandfather told me that he was telling his friend that wasn't participating, now look what your people are doing. It's very dangerous. I think you should leave this place now. And his friend was telling him that, oh, me, I'm not part of it. I'm not part of it. He didn't understand that because you're not part of it doesn't mean the consequence may not touch you. So by the time that program started in the north, that his friend lost his life. So the guy, not because I was trying to insult Ekene earlier, is something I remember. The way he's talking is the same way that man was talking to my grandfather. That because me, I have a Hausa friend. I'm not participating in what those Igbos are doing in the marketplace, taunting those people after their leaders were killed. Oh, it won't affect me. So that's the point I'm trying to get across. So sometimes, and when he said the South Africa, if Nigeria and South Africa are doing something terrible, and you're telling me not to condemn them because other people are, if me I go to South Africa and they kill me, so what the heck? Do you think they will tell me that, oh, we know you're not one of them? So that's what we need to understand. And that's the sense we're trying to get to his mind. When, there was a uptown the first time we met like last year on the platform, when the guy was making a statement about Lagos no man's land, I told him, I said, guy, I'm an indigenous of Lagos. You can't say that. It's very disrespectful. You know what the guy told me? He said, if I challenge him in the street of Lagos, telling his no man, like, he will slap me. Something that disrespectful is what we are trying to tell you that come. This shit is not right. And then you begin to dismiss us and tell us, we are the one causing division because we are telling you how we feel about the way your people are disrespecting us. Are we the one causing division? And that's what you are doing here that's provoking us. Thank you.
All right, respond to that.
Let me respond.
Let me speak this.
No. Enigmatic. Ekene speaks, and then I move on to Ajanle Koko. So that's what happened. So all right. Thank you.
If I have any
enough of all that, guy, just you have to show a bit of respect to the platform, Enigmatic. When I say something, please cooperate with me. Ekene speaks, then to Ajanle Koko.
If you have issue with anybody in Nigeria, whether if Igbo and Hausa have Igbo and an Hausa person has issue, doesn't mean that a tribe is disrespectful. You deal with it within you and that person, because you cannot tell me that you never had any issue or any Yoruba man never disrespected you. Is it when an Igbo man disrespect you that you make it a general issue? So if you have any issue with an Igbo person, Igbo to Yoruba, go personal and deal it with that person. If that will lead to you taking that person to court, take that person to court. Don't come to the general public and make it generalizes and say these people are disrespectful. And that's the point I'm making. So if I have issue with you, anybody here in this platform, deal with me personally. If the need of calling police on me is there, do it. Don't use it for politics. and create chaos within the Nigerian populace. So the same thing I was saying, it is not that I support anybody perpetrating any crime abroad, but that is not the major issue. The major issue is that we have created the environment that people now see us, that even within ourselves, we don't allow our own to contest or do anything within the constitution because his mother is an Igbo person or the wife is an Igbo person. We have already painted that picture, and people are seeing it abroad. Not because of anybody insulting each other. You can even insult your father. People insult their father. Daughters insult their mother. Will I make it a political issue? So if I have issue with you as a Yoruba person, you make it that all the Igbo people are disrespectful. So therefore, they are disobeying our land. The man that the Eze or the Oba that said one thing that the Lagos State government is not comfortable with it, didn't they pick him up? Is the life moves on. Anything he said, anytime he said do with the Lagos State government and he serves his jail time, then he can come out of that place. Nobody is fighting. Nobody is killing anybody. Let him face the law. Why are we making it politics? Or making it a general issue? Does it mean that nobody from other tribe, or I'm telling you the real thing that is happening in our space? Even the people you say we go to their place and commit offense, they come to our place and commit the greater offense because they are mining our resources illegally, committing crime in many parts of the country.
Yeah,
and because of corruption and because of all this, nobody can speak against it. Let's stop all this and unite this nation. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So anyway, let me not say anything. Ajale Koko, you're up next. So Ajale Koko, you are up next. Let's just do
Please,
that. Yeah.
before Ajale Koko, let me ask Ekene one question, please.
No. Sorry, I want to move on from Ekene because it's been on for about 40 minutes now, and other people waiting as well. So let me move it around so I can get quicker to you. Ajale Koko, are you ready?
I'm not asking question one more, because will you allow me to speak for a second? I'm not asking anybody any question.
I want to move on because that place is getting a bit tensed up.
One minute, please. 1 minute.
Yes. Yes.
Let Edimate speak, and after him I will speak. Please. Let Edimate speak. And Edimate, you can.
Yeah. What we are saying is just for the sake of posterity, because of the platform, right? And nobody is saying you should go this way or you should go this way, but do not grandstand and threaten people. So when they remind you, don't flip the coin. And then how long or how much do we have to be liberal? Must we be liberal until they chop off our head? In the last election, again, I ask anybody, how many non-Yoruba or non-Lagosians contested in Southwest? Flip it to other regions. How many? None contested in the other region. People should answer that question. That's it.
So what's the wider point you're making? What's the wider point?
Let me.
That's why I wanted to move on because
we are liberal in the Southwest, but people should not take it for granted. Number one, people know we are very accommodating, and this thing is just happening all of a sudden. We have to look at where it's coming from. The last election, what I'm telling you is that go and look at under the platform of Labour Party in Lagos State. In Ethiopia now, a non-Lagosian is representing Ethiopia in House of Rep. In Lagos State, Labour Party, go and look at the number of contestants under Labour Party that are not from Southwest or Yoruba race. But because of our liberal nature, we allow it. Is it allowed in other regions? So this is the question. So when we are speaking, it's not about people. So when you say somebody came on a national platform, Mogalu's wife, Mogalu was a former presidential contestant, right? His wife threatened and said no Igbo should come to invest in Lagos State. Did they say anything about that? No. So when they replied that person, they will pin the person who replied it, but they won't pin the person who actually caused it. People are not stupid. So if you want to grandstand, you should grandstand to the fullest and say, look, I'm leaving your house today and I'm going. So when I come back and I see meet you at my house and I say, look, dude, are you not gone? So do not flip it and say I'm pushing you out because you are grandstanding already. That's it, one man.
All right, brother.
Please, just 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds, please.
All right.
You know, this issue of politicizing everything is still the main issue. Whether this or this, let me just give you an example of where we are, because it's not as if I am not into the politics anymore. Because where we are today, I will not be mistaken to say that it is an Igbo populated environment. You understand? So in that case, it is very difficult to choose chairman, word, everything, this and that for us. Because I can tell you that within this environment, it's very difficult to see anybody that would represent us as a Yoruba person here in our party. And the man we have as this Sheyi, as the one representing us in Lagos State Assembly from Ojo, he's a Yoruba guy, and we voted for him massively. He won. He's like our head here. So he now tries to, from maybe Ale Mosho, wherever he wants to pick leadership for us. Our LGA chairman is a Yoruba man, and we voted him to be the LGA chairman because of our own interest. We know the importance of it, that somebody that has to take that position supposed to be a Yoruba person. Told him personally, this cannot work, and it is not for the interest of our party. You should allow these people take their positions here.
You voted
because they know themselves.
Local government.
They voted them. They know themselves. You understand? So that is why when you come to a party here, mostly our chairman, vice chairman, all of us are Igbo. But we said that there is no way we can, all of us here will be Igbo. Then what we have to do is to make sure that our LGA chairman is a Yoruba person, which we did. So how can you handle such situation? Is it an Igbo making? Nature calls for it, and it happens that way. Why won't you accept it and move on? After all, we are one Nigerians. Why all this?
Can you give us one example?
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. We go on from it. So, sorry, the style, but I've been wanting to move away from there. So I'll get to you quicker if we manage the interjections better. So
one man, I'm running out of juice, so
so there it is. It's the level of interjection. I've been trying to push it on, but let me push it in the direction of Ajanle Koko, then come to you.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you have not done so. I think I want to start from where.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Mike, check your DM. Sorry, carry Ajanle Koko.
I want to start from where they ended, Ekene and Enigmatic ended. Look, Yoruba says Igbafumi King Gbafun. In English, I think maybe it can be interpreted as respect is reciprocal. If you don't respect me, I'm not going to respect you. You see, the question we should ask ourselves, why this fight only between Igbo and Yoruba? Why not between Yorubas and Hausa? Why not between Yorubas and the Edo or the Benin people? Why not between Yoruba and others?
God bless you.
That is a critical question we have to ask ourselves. Everybody in that country knows that Yoruba are very, very accommodating people. Number one. We are number one. most accommodating in that country. So Yorubas are known for fighting for the right, not only their own right, but the right of people that live around them. And I'm glad that I can even mention it earlier, that those women that he patronizes to buy stuff from them can fight for him. If anybody want to molest him, any Yoruba person want to molest him, they will fight. And those Yorubas that he do business with, they will fight for him. That is who we are as people. Loving, caring, and we fight for the right of others. You can live peacefully among Yorubas as an outsider. Yoruba will protect you. Yoruba will not see one of their own trying to molest you and then cover up that their own. They will want to check that their own, that no, you can't do this to this man. He has not done anything wrong to you. That is who we are as people. So when you see a statement, when you hear a statement from somebody like this and others, that if Yoruba don't careful, if Yoruba are not careful, we will give them fight to finish.
What brought about they saying what they said? Do you want to go from there? So there must have been in every reaction, there's an equal or maybe a possible near equal action. So what was it that some people said that made these people to react the way they said, the way they reacted? You want to take us to that?
All right, sorry, Ajanle, before you take us to that, Suman, I'm going to take you off the screen again. I need to see who you are before I bring you on. I'm just not comfortable with that name. Switch on your camera. I want to see, nobody else will see you apart from myself, but that's Suman. Switch on your camera. I want to see who's behind it before I can bring you on. Sorry, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
So, and other statement that we develop Lagos, we even I heard it from one professor, one former governor in the East. He said it in an interview that what did he say? He said he didn't say that. They did say that Igbo owned Lagos, and he said something. Igbo created Lagos. Igbo created Lagos. You see, all this kind of statement can.
What was the name of?
It's a former governor of Imo. Is it not? What's the name?
He was the former chairman of PDP too. I forgot his name. Something Wodo or something. Wodo.
Yes, Nwodo. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Nwodo. Thank you. Igbo created Lagos. Is that a statement of fact? This is a professor. So when Yoruba are listening and hearing this kind of statement, it calls for pushback and sometimes a violent reaction. So what we just need to do as people, or what Yoruba expected from the Igbo leaders, and we have had a lot of Igbo leaders said a lot of things like this. People in high places. And Yorubas are not comfortable with that kind of statement. So what Yoruba are expecting from people like that is that whenever any Igbo person make this kind of senseless statement, they should be able to raise a loud voice to shout that person down. But we don't see it. And that gives call for concern that over and over we are hearing this thing over and over. We are human beings. Yoruba cannot do that in Igbo land. Neither can we do that in Hausa land. Igbo cannot even do that in Hausa land. You cannot dare it. But because Yoruba are very accommodating, civilized people that are not violent, is that why we have to be tormented with this kind of statement over and over and over again? So what I think that can resolve this or can bring a permanent stop to this.
Baba, please let me ask you. It's just a question. All these things you just said now, and you see somebody like is it Bode George? Yes, because I read his statement yesterday also saying that people from Ogun State or wherever, Ekiti or wherever, don't have any right to come and say that other people should leave Lagos. As in, he said people from Ogun State, meaning that even they also is not Lagosian, so they don't have any right to say that these people should leave Lagos. In response to all these things we are just narrating here. So what do you have to say about Bode George in making such statement?
Don't bother yourself with the Yoruba. Leave the Yoruba for themselves.
All right. Ajale Koko, let me play you this clip, and then you pick it up off the back of it.
Okay.
A story. A former Enugu State governor, Dr. Ohanaeze Ndigbo, has stirred up a debate online after he stated during an interview that the Igbos created many states in Nigeria, including Lagos and Kano. Dr. Ohanaeze spoke to Symphony TV, where he also addressed several issues, including what he termed as the marginalization of the Igbos. Well, let's take a look before we come back.
All right, I can take it on to where he said it, but so that's the sort of thing that is rankling people. But
yeah. For the benefit of listeners that have not heard this, because as I said it earlier, some might feel Ajale Koko is making it up, but now you brought it up. But if you can, scroll it down to where that man actually mentioned it, maybe everybody will know.
Recently, the gentleman who was championing Oduduwa Republic and was incarcerated in a neighboring country has been released and is free and is traveled abroad. Now, Nnamdi Kanu, who was also championing the creation of Biafra, has been kidnapped, incarcerated, even after the courts have said that he has no case to answer. The Igbo see it as further telling them that they are second-class citizens in their own country, and there is a different treatment for them as compared to others. If they allowed the Igbos to thrive and to influence others positively, rather than hounding them wherever they are, I think the country would have developed faster and better. Igbos created Lagos, Igbos created Abuja, Igbos created Kaduna, Kano, most of the country, Port Harcourt.
Thank you, woman. I think that's enough. Are you there, woman?
He mentioned that he mentioned to also and Abuja. So I'm still waiting for Kano people to also respond to this, not only Lagos.
All right. But you say you are not aware of these things, but there's so much of it that's going on.
No, I just asked him who is the person because I never watched the video. So this is my first.
Look, you can get about 50 examples of different sort of voices saying this exact same thing. So for you to say you're not aware,
I'm not saying
all right.
that
Let Ajan Lekoko just carry on. You have been a bit disingenuous if you say you're not aware, but Ajan Lekoko carry on.
Yeah, I don't know why they push back. This is a highly educated man saying this. And look at the comparison he's making between the case of Kano and Ndigbo.
Ajan Lekoko, let's leave the and the Kano bit. That's why I didn't want to play it. I just wanted it to make that statement. So let's get on the narrowness. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's leave that. So this kind of statement for Yoruba to listen to this over and over is annoying, for God's sake. It is not good. And people at the top from Igbo land, most of the time, say these things. And when you see the leaders of group of people saying it, what do you expect from the followers to say? The followers think that what they are saying is the truth. And they echo it to the anger of Yoruba people. So I think something got to be done to this until when people like this, when they're playing this kind of dangerous game, until when we see a pushback within the Igbo land, within some circle in Igbo saying, this is wrong, this is not right, you people should stop this nonsense. If it doesn't happen, then there's going to be problem between two of us. And why Igbo all the time saying this to Yoruba people? Hausa don't say this to us. Neither the Edo that first, I mean, when it comes to the kingship, the Obaship in Ireland, they are the ones that started this thing. They were once controlling that Lagos Highland. They never one day claim that they own Lagos. Talk less of what this man is saying, we created Lagos. What a slap. How can you just see people and just talk all this kind of rubbish to their faces and you think you can get away and that there's not going to be reaction? Definitely there's going to be a reaction. So my own advice is that good Igbo people, because we have a lot of good Igbo people, they should be standing up against the rascality of some of their people. It's some few among them that are destroying Igbo people, I mean, with this kind of narrative that they play around all the time. I think they should stand up against them, and that is how we can find solutions. If they don't, if they continue to allow some of these rascals among them, some of these, how do I describe them? Some of these, people that does not even like Igbo people, that are calling for problem on Igbo people in Lagos. If they don't stand up against them, then there's going to continue to be problem, because Yoruba will not open their eyes and allow this kind of statement to be rained on them all the time, and they just walk away because, oh, we love peace. It's not going to happen.
Babaja,
No. I want Ajan Lekoko to land. Rational Mind wants to leave soon, so let me get to him. The interjections prolong.
Let me move away to which other do I have?
We have the South African girl. So sorry, Ekene, but those interjections, they just drag the thing on. Do you have the South African that rejected the black woman to say their face is still white? So there's that.
But one man, Are they wrong in doing that? That lady is not a Nigerian. I mean, it's not a South African because she said it's.
And this one is this one is a South African.
Hold on, woman. The father is a Mozambique, and the mother is where?
No. The father is a Nigerian. The mother is Mozambican. But South Africa is citizenship by birth, and she was born in Soweto.
Oh, she was born in Soweto.
Yes.
Okay. So she's South African by birth.
Yes.
Is she a South African citizen? That means she's a South African citizen, right?
Well, she is. Otherwise, she would not be contested. Yeah.
We have to understand what their law says, because, like in Britain now, according to your
they are not disputing her citizenship. They are disputing her paternity. Because if she wasn't South African, if she wasn't a citizen, they would have kicked her out. So they had to go through the mother.
Been in the race in the first place. She would have been in the contest.
She would have been in the race, and they would have used her to get rid of her very quickly. So they had to go through the mother that they said, oh, there's some anomaly in her documentation. And then when they started to embarrass her mother, she withdrew from the race, you know.
Oh Lord, that is very bad.
And then they wanted us to really see what they look like in South Africa, and this is what they look like. That's your typical African woman right there. Typical African woman.
One man. They also said she's using another person's identity. You follow the story very well.
No, that's the mother, not her. Yeah, the mother. Yes. Yeah.
That the rightful owner of the identity couldn't register and benefit as a true citizen, but she is using another person's identity. It's a grave allegation.
But for all of that, for them to then land here is a real commentary on them.
I mean, one man, this is not good. What they did for that lady, what they did to that lady is not good. I think this thing we demoralize her, give her a kind of psychological trauma for the rest of her life. You know, it's not easy to prepare for something, go into contest, reach the final, and then and they kick you out without, and not allow you to participate in that final. That is very, very bad, and particularly when it's clear that this is a sheer discrimination. This what they did is just, is it homophobic, we will call it, or what do we call it? I mean, what do we call this thing? So
it's xenophobic. I don't know. Maybe if she was lesbian, then it would be double whammy. Maybe it's homophobic.
Xenophobic. Yeah, this is not good. I don't know how that girl will now perceive South African people. A person that was born there, raised there, lived there, and went to school, graduated, and trying to do what she liked, and only for this xenophobic people that like to use this xenophobic character, to hunt that down. It's just very shameful. And I think what Nigerians can do is, as we are doing now all over the internet, I think we should go after this bad behavior of South African. This is bad, and what they are showcasing to us now, this lady they are showcasing, this is no different between this. They were both born in South Africa. I mean,
it's the same narrative, isn't it?
It's the same narrative.
It's the same narrative. A South African born of a foreign parentage, exactly the same.
It's the same. It's the same. So Nigerians all over the world should raise their voices high against South African for what they did, and what they have just done is just a signal to all Black people, not South African, that place is a place that when you go where is the noise coming from?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a place where you for those that are born there that are of Nigerian parents, they should see it that it's a place where you might not even get what you deserve when you work hard, and at the time of getting what you deserve, what you qualify for, you might not. So it's just bad, but we should go after them and condemn it, in a very strong term. This is bad. I don't know how that lady will feel. I just put her in, and if she's my daughter, how would I feel? Or if anyone's daughter, the parent, how would they feel? They just feel that, look, this is a discrimination against this xenophobic attack on their child. It's just bad. So, one man, thank you. Let me leave it there for others to speak.
All right, Bridan. Up next, Rational Mind. Hopefully, still there. So, Rational Mind. So conversation is not even just solely about the Ohanaeze storyline. We also have this one. Federal government deploys 10,000 Agro Ranger to boost food security. So at last, that forest ranger narrative is being brought forward. Long overdue. It should have been set decades ago. They should have done that. The South African storyline, Ajan Lekoko just commented on. And then there was this viral video, which I think you may have seen. Nigerian woman tears husband's passport after returning from abroad. So that caused quite a bit of a kerfuffle on social media. Any attack on Ndigbo will be met with unimaginable retaliation. So those are the words of Ohanaeze youth. Kiyamo writes UK over air peace. May bar be a virgin from Lagos Abuja airport. So that's Kiyamo trying to force air peace into Heathrow airport. 1 million man march flops. Hunger protest quietly ends. So conversations from yesterday carrying on through. What were the gains actually? Did anything get achieved from all of that kerfuffle over the last 10 days? So floor is yours, Rational Mind.
Yeah, woman, thank you. All these things all this topic you brought, I wish I have the time to be able to touch on every one of them. It's just because ever since from the beginning, when some people have been here and they've been saying some kind of things I don't even understand what planet they live in. I want to touch on some of those things, but I think time will fail me if I have to start touching on most of those things. But let me just start with Keyamo. You see, some few weeks ago, Keyamo came online, or should I say the news carried this news of a drug dealing going on in Nigeria. And nobody's talking about that. Some powerful people within Nigeria, they move drugs from some kind of airfield or whatever. Keyamo said it. And we just swept it under the carpet. Nobody said anything about it. Because we know what is around there. We know what is surrounding that thing. We know who are behind it. We know who is in Aso Rock. But let's just leave that. But my point is this, is that when we have things like that,
So
I will just move on.
In Aso Rock, one responsible.
So are you saying the certificate forger, the drug dealer? That is
well, it's up to you. It's up to you.
The certificate forger, the drug dealer.
Natural man, what you cannot substantiate, don't say it
Come
here.
on, my friend, come on, don't don't tell me that
You are
one.
under watch.
There's record. I know you people are watching everybody now. They said all of us are, they know us. Your lady police officer was saying it the other day, said there are some people that are on the watch. If they enter Nigeria, they will carry them. We know, all because of that drug that you have in Aso Rock there. Then I become a persona non grata in my own country, or because I criticize it. Posterity will judge all of you. Let me continue. So my
Don't
point
worry,
is
they don't know you. Don't worry.
it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I don't even care. I don't care. If I want to enter Nigeria, I will enter Nigeria. Nothing's going to hold me back. I've not committed any crime, but I know the kind of justice system they run there. The way they come. Let me not just go. I want to talk about what I want to talk about. So,
all right, carry on.
Does he even understand the topic?
No. Let him carry on. Otherwise, it won't be.
No, I'm just talking about the diplomacy.
No. You're not going to talk.
Diplomatic
You're not going to talk. You are not going to talk.
No, please now. No. All right. Oh no, rational mind. I don't want to say to you. Why do you keep a guy? Just settle down. Why do you just don't do these things now? What's all this now? We don't want to get the reputation for some uncontrolled. Just contain it now. What's all this? Rational mind, carry on. Please, enigmatic, just let this guy flow. But carry on, rational mind.
So, talking about, we just swept that under the carpet. We just moved on like nothing happened. And it's a real big issue. Very soon, you guys are going to be hearing what is going on. Very soon. Because Keyamo said it, that now they are now beaming searchlights on many airfields, and some kind of airport that some people use. We just swept it under the carpet. We didn't hear anything from NDLEA. So I'll leave it at that, woman. But now, talking about what Keyamo is trying to do, it's a good thing. You need to fight for your country because we don't have any airline that's of any international repute. All the ones we have previously, they became comatose, they became moribund. We know, some of us know what happened. The corruption and all the crap with the Nigerian system, whereby your investment is not even guaranteed in that country. Because the country keeps, policymakers keep making policies that are anti the Nigerian business people. It's only if you are maybe within their elite circle that maybe you can do some of those shenanigans. You can. I mean, some of us have tried so many times to start a business in Nigeria, but it keeps flopping because we're not part of their elite system. But let me just leave that. So when you run a system where you cannot defend your own businessmen and women, then you ask the question, why am I even in that country doing business? We have somebody who just built a $20 billion refinery, and look at how they went about, whether it's true or not, how they demarketed the guy. Now Fitch the other day downgraded Dangote. They downgraded the guy. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Fitch, I mean, recently they downgraded Dangote's credit worthiness. All because of this demarketing. Because of people, they have refinery abroad, they want to continue this subsidy regime, whatever they call it, crap, and continue milking Nigerians and putting Nigerians in misery. And they tell you that they've removed subsidy. So, woman, when you look at all these things, it just tells me, I just wish Keyamo well with what he's trying to do, even though I know himself is part of the whole crap. But let him fight for the Nigerian airline. If the British authorities kind of, because that's what they call reciprocity in international relation. So if it's tit for tat, if they try to ban, then we should ban their own BA and maybe Virgin Atlantic or Virgin Atlantic. So my point is this: that I like what he's doing. He's a lawyer. Let him use his law is trained as a lawyer to navigate that area so that our Nigerian businesses will be protected. Because the more we buy these foreign airlines tickets, that is dollar that we don't even have. Forex that we've been complaining about, that our manufacturers within the Nigerian territory, they need to go and buy those machinery parts that they need for production within Nigeria. So where would they get it when everybody have to, at the end of the day, they have to change their money and repatriate their money back to their home country? So if our own local airline is being patronized, we will trap that dollar that we should be giving to them. We'll trap it in our system. I commend him for that. Now, let me just go to one of the other topics you brought up. I know I cannot touch everything. This issue of this Igbo people reacting, when they reacted. You know, it's easy for many people to come here and try to justify anything. A while ago, I was hearing somebody was saying that Nigerians are the one demarketing their country. I mean, I just like, where are some people even from? think it's time that some people needs to be checked. They need to go in and check themselves for mental evaluation. Because sometimes we just come here and spin narratives. And this same person here and this other person, they were saying that even in 1982, or was it 83, when we have Ghana Must Go, Nigerians were homophobic at that point against their own West African brothers. Did we say because the Ghanaians were demarketing their country was why we were chasing them out of Nigeria at that time? No. So people do homophobic things for some reasons, for crazy reasons. So my point is this, is that let's not come here and justify our shenanigans and justify our crap.
It is xenophobic, not homophobic. Xenophobic.
Whatever it is, homophobic, xenophobic, it is still phobic. There's a phobia.
Agrophobic.
Whatever phobia. Whatever phobia it is.
One of my say TINUBU phobic now. Phobic.
No, very TINUBU. Any of life with politics, any. You know, for me, it's just that. Let's not go. I don't digress. So my point is that whatever phobia it is that anybody has, xenophobic, homophobic, whatever phobic. But my point is that we need to stop this trying to spin things, like to look for. Let me use this friend. This is our friend here, Thomas. This what about we always do here. Nigerians demarket Nigeria. That's why they're not chasing that girl from. They don't want her to contest for the country where she was born. No, South Africans they are xenophobic from right from time. They are like Nigerians themselves, who hate themselves. That is what we were talking about here a while ago. Hey, Yoruba this, Igbo this, Hausa this. It's always like that among ourselves. Igbo man cannot contest in Lagos, but forgetting that in the 60s, maybe in the 50s, we have somebody, a mayor who is of Igbo extraction, who was a mayor within Nigeria, with the Lagos space at the time. So how did we get here? No, it's because of TINUBU. We know how it began in 2015. When what's his name? What's his name? That PDP guy. Who can remember that guy's name? This doctor.
When did the Lagos State become a state? When?
Oh, come on. I don't do this. What about? Because I don't. If I do my own analysis, I don't go by this. What did Lagos State? The issue is that a non-negotiation of a different tribe has been a mayor or whatever they call him then of a part of Lagos.
And that was when it was still under the Federal Capital Territory.
It's okay. We know, we get it. It's whatever it is, but that's the point. That stays in the history so that lets everybody understand that. But my point is this: is that what's this guy doctor's name now? Somebody remind me. Remind me. This guy that contested against Ambody in 2015.
I can't remember. I know what you. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, so my point is. Oh, you kidding? All right, it's okay. I just go on. So this guy was contesting. We know how the APC, because when the Igbos said they were going to align with this guy's party, because we know Jonathan was in power then, and we know that Igbos they formed a chunk of almost 60%. I mean, let me say 60%. Jimmy Agbaje. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, Jimmy Agbaje. So they said they will vote for Jimmy Agbaje. That was when the Oba of Eko got mad, got incensed, because TINUBU party will not be voted for, and he says he's going to plunge all of them into lagoon. We know how this began. The issue of Lagos State not being no man's land, or some people or some Igbo people will say, "Oh, it's a no man's land. We own it like equally." Like I know all that crap too. They've always said that even before the civil war. They've always said that. But why now? Because they want to throw a narrative out there that Yoruba, it is now we against them. Oh, they hate us. Oh,
but rational mind. You know that everywhere is political charge up in Nigeria.
Exactly. I agree.
Are you saying that we should continue to allow them to continue to say that to our faces?
No, we should not.
Okay.
So I want to take you. Okay, go on, please.
So as long as they continue saying that, there's going to be reaction. Possibly violent reaction. They should stop it.
Yeah.
They should stop it. They have to.
Okay.
Do you agree with me?
I agree. I totally agree with you. They should stop it. Yeah. But the point is this: is that you see, how do I even put this to you without having to take time to try and explain this? I believe they should stop it, but not at the way and manner in which the TINUBU camp are going about it. No, it's only when you have this what's that word? That's what I'm looking for. Insecurity. I think some Yorubas they are very insecure, and especially this TINUBU camp. And we know what happened. That was why I was taking us back to that 2015, when the Igbos, majority of the Igbos, said they were going to vote PDP. Jimmy Agbaje, who was a born Lagosian, a Lagos, almost son of the soil, and because the Igbo said they are going to vote for him massively, then because Tinubu not be voted for, then they are now anti-Yoruba people. They hate Yoruba people. They want to take over Yoruba, the Lagos state from Yoruba people land. I'm from Yoruba people land. You see all those crap. You see, it's when people need to sit down and look at the trajectory of a narrative, you will get the whole overall picture of what is going on here. We know how he lost Lagos, and that bloody nose they gave him is still incensing him. That was what made this idiot that is in Aso Rock, which is his spokesman of TINUBU, saying that let this be the last time that the Igbos will ever meddle. Because they live in Lagos, they have the right to vote in Lagos. And if they say they want to align with the political party, why not? If they don't want your political party, why don't you play the politics so that you would bring them closer to you? There's going to be this rapprochement that whereby you would be able to like appeal to them to come and join your party. But no, they know that if they could rally the Yoruba people against them, maybe that would now become Yoruba versus Igbo. And we saw what happened during the election day. If you're not for APCO, you're not going to go for APCO, you should not come here. And we know how the voter party, how it began with that. We had MC Olomo, was a woman who represents the whole totality of Igbo, saying that Yashukudi, if you know, don't come out to. Insidiously, he was saying it. I mean, he was just saying it in a coverted way, saying that, oh, you Igbo, if your name is Chukudi or whatever, Chioma, whatever your name is, don't come out to. Meaning, if you are not going to vote for APC and you are Igbo, don't come out. Why all this bigotry and all of that? We know. Earlier, somebody was saying here earlier that, oh, we know those politicians and they try to divide us. When you know that they try to divide us, why are you buying into all this narrative of saying that, oh, they hate Yoruba people and they want to take Yoruba land from Yoruba people? It's only people who are insecure. If you know, see how Awolowo played that card back then. He knew what Zeke was doing. He knew what Zeke was doing. That Zeke has an agenda of maybe, because we know the University of what's it called, Ibadan. I think the first VC they had was an Igbo man. How the Igbos were dominating the whole thing. Even in North, we had when Sadona was saying it himself too. We know what the Igbos are capable of doing. We know that they would want to dominate, and I've said it on this platform. But it's not up to us to play our politics right and not stop this ambience of bigotry, of hatred, of hate towards one tribe. We can bring them together. Come and join our political party. We want you to be part of our political party. Don't stop this amber of dissension, of want to make it like, oh, this is us versus them. No, I will already not play that politics. He did what he was supposed to do. He educated his own people. Even though we know there's an element of the bigotry there, but there were so many Easterners that were going to Yoruba schools in the West then. He didn't discriminate against them. He didn't talk about it. He didn't say it is now we against them. But even though we know he did it insidious in the covert way, but he didn't play the way TINUBU and his crazy APC people are playing it today. That's the point. You need to sit down and see how you can re-strategize, bring them closer, let them see that, okay, share your shop, we'll protect your interest in your shop. Make them understand. It is only people who are insecure, who have this inferiority complex, that will be playing politics the way they are playing it. We know why, because they lost Lagos. And they don't want that to repeat itself again, like the idiot said. Let this be the last time. And we know what they're going to do in 2023. Come 2023. God will save us today. One man, if you want to give me another topic, give me another topic. I'll leave it at that.
Rational man, you are angry me. You are angry me.
So when other people speak here, you were not angry at me? When other people spoke here, people that spoke first and second, you were not angry at me?
You condemn one side and you choose not to condemn the other side. So that is where my anger is coming from.
Yeah,
so you didn't speak to that Unwodo that was talking out of turn when he was narrating history that never existed. You never condemned that. All this, you see, there's always been an extremist looking around the corner trying to provoke people's anger. Not that their narratives popular, but they're always there to buy into those things being pushed out. So when you condemn one person that is saying Igbo should leave, then condemn the other people who are also stoking that hatred as well. Condemn both sides so that I won't be angry anymore.
Ade, if you have known me right from time when I'll be on this platform, I'm one of those people who sometimes I can be very bigoted towards Igbo people. Yes, there's a way I would be bigoted to them. I won't even stand them when they want to insult me to my face or insult my tribe. But you see, if I know a narrative, if I understand where a narrative is coming from, if it is with the truly Yoruba interest that these APC idiots and APC, these lunatics in the APC, if it's with the truly Yoruba interest that they're championing, that's a different thing. But no, it is not Yoruba's interest. I understand that the Igbos, they have beef with the Yorubas. They do this crap every time that they say, some of them will say, Yoruba is no man's land. Why would we say Yoruba is no man? I mean, why would we say Lagos is no man's land? There were people that were there. There were Lagosians. They were the what's it called? These people. What's wrong with me? I think I need to take something. So my point is, I mean, this tribe towards the Ikeja area there. What's his name? It was this tribe. They were there. We know. I mean, so many of this tribe were there. I mean, in Badagry, we have the Eguns there in Badagry.
The MC Olomo you are talking about, that guy has moved on though.
It's okay.
The guy has moved on.
If we move on,
This is
I'm just giving you a trajectory. I'm just telling us
I know,
how.
I know what you're saying, but it's election. You see, that's why they play these games that they're playing. It's a dangerous game.
Why should we allow ourselves to be brought into the narrative and call me and be stoking that embers of or that flames of bigotry? And you wonder why these people are
quite unfortunate, right? We consider ourselves to be intelligent people. I don't buy into that. I know what they're doing. It's a dangerous game. At some point, it may actually get so worse that it might trigger attention. It's a very dangerous game, and I think our politicians need to be very careful.
Did you hear what they said recently? Are you aware of what they said? Yoruba clear. What's it called? That guy, Pedia, Lagospedia, whatever he called himself, and some headless people. Didn't you see when what's his name? The Lagos State governor recently came out and dissociated himself from all the crap that they said they're giving an ultimatum to the Igbos to leave Lagos State. Was that not what triggered this statement?
Yes, that's what Beth said. All this after that Lagospedia made that. Actually, he hashtagged the Igbos must go, and then after that, you could then see pockets of Twitter spaces starting to have conversations around that, and then suddenly it started to come out in the wider media space that this conversation was being had. And then Atiku tried to leverage it into that protest space. He ran commentaries on it. Then Obi ran commentaries on it. Sanwo-Olu came out to run, to try and lay down the law. And TINUBU even referenced it in his national speech. So that is just, but it all germinated from that Lagospedia space.
One man, please, can you give me a second? I know I've been chatting with you behind the scene, and I want to be very clear, and I want some clarification because I don't want to be, I don't want to come to this platform to appear as if I'm coming particularly to poke people or to cause some trouble or some psychological unease for some people. But when we hear certain, because do not forget that people are listening to this, right? And when you are speaking, if I'm speaking about a particular discourse or a certain conversation, and then it is not right, or probably there's a double standard, right? That it is very glaring, double standard is being played out. And then when we are part of that platform, am I not as a person supposed to chime in and say, look, you are wrong in this? But when I say, look, you are wrong in this, and you want to take offense, how do you want me to balance that?
Well, for me,
rational mind. Rational mind. You are one of the most educated, most intelligent persons here. And in addition to that, you're a lawyer. So how to balance? He's a trained lawyer now. So how to balance a conversation is not something that is not beyond the realms of your capacity. You are more capacitated than anyone else to balance a conversation here.
You see, one man. The reason why I will not balance.
No, sorry, enigmatic. Did I say rational mind? That was enigmatic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because why I say this and you understand it, right? The last time I have to speak behind the scene with Papa Gomez, right? And this has been going on for a long time. If we are bantering, if we are, just feeling cool, that's understandable. But when a supposed harmless conversation becomes so triggered, to people, you come to think about where is this coming from? And then, we always speak about this respect most of the time. Respect is quite reciprocal, right? I'm a Nigerian, first of all, but being a Nigerian, I'm a Yoruba man to the core. Omoluabi gidi ni mi, right? You can do anything, you can say any nonsense to any of the politicians. If you are not ready for the smoke, you don't get close to the kitchen. So you brought it upon yourself for you to be called any name. But when you see individuals on platform like this, disparaging the Yoruba Obas, disparaging Yoruba intellectuals, disparaging Yoruba scholars, including Prof. Wole Soyinka, disparaging those people with so much derogatory languages, and such person want respect. I want you to balance that for me, one man. Agba tó bá ń wá respect, I respect àwọn àgbà now. Have I ever disrespected Baba Aja here, Baba here, or any other elder here on this platform? The only person you can see that I'm always disrespecting are the politicians, and I have no remorse for that. So I want you to have this conversation. I'm saying it out now because two people are here with me, and they all say, this guy again, what is you and this guy every time? So I want it to be clarified, and I want it to, because this platform, I come here for a reason, right? I come here for a reason, and I know people are listening to me, and when they give feedback. But when people are here to say, Baba Wole Soyinka, Prof. Wole Soyinka is an idiot, is an imbecile, Oba of Lagos is an idiot, is an imbecile, and you want me to sit on that same platform, not to correct the narrative as a thorough Yoruba bred person, Omoluabi Gangan, and one man, I would rather not come to the platform again instead to allow people to lampoon my heritage like that.
All right. I think everybody has the right to dispute. Rational mind, let me just cap it off. I don't want it to go deeply into that space. I think everybody has the right to defend their heritage, of course. And I don't think anybody has the right to and by the way, not just the Yoruba heritage, the Hausa heritage, the Igbo heritage, all of the heritages that. So you can go after the politicians, they're always fair game, but we must, and that's why, when we're having conversations, sometimes we always go at pains to isolate it to the obedient space. So just so that we're clear that it's a political conversation, not an ethnic one. So everybody has the right to defend their ethnicity. Nobody has the right to make broad statements across all ethnic stock. So I don't even think I need to explain that to anybody for that to be understood. So I think we all universally understand that. And the other thing is, we must keep the language above board. I don't want it to degenerate into guttural language where we're saying Baba, yeah, no, that shouldn't be what we're about. But hopefully that clarifies that. And I think really that the space is adult enough to self-moderate. So I don't really think I need to be laying down rules or making laws for any. So I think we pretty much.
Are you sure it's adult
well,
enough?
I think it is, because often instances it goes well, but in some instances you have to pull it back. But let me pull you in the direction of this woman that tore up her husband's passport at the airport. Did you see that clip?
No, I did not, woman. I joined when you were almost playing your...
No, it's viral, actually. It's all over. It's only a minute, so let me just show you it.
In a dramatic scene at the Lagos airport, a woman reportedly tore up her husband's international passport movements after they arrived from abroad. In a dramatic scene at the Lagos airport, a woman reportedly tore up her husband's international passport movements after they arrived from abroad. The act has sparked significant controversy, with many condemning it as a public display of emotional distress and vandalism of the government property. The woman's action have led to calls from legal consequences, as the destruction of a passport, a document owned by the Nigerian government, is considered a serious offense. Social media users are divided in their reactions. Some express concern for the emotional impact on the couple's children, criticizing the woman for her public outburst. Others highlight systemic issues, pointing out the need for the better handling of such disputes by authorities. Calls have been made for airport officials to have arrested the woman, while some argue that her behavior is a manifestation of deeper marital problems. So guys, tell me in your own opinion what you're going to do if you are in the man's shoes that his wife just tore his passport upon arriving in Nigeria. So what are you going to do as the husband if you're in the husband's shoes? Let me know in the comment section. Don't forget, what this woman did was very, very wrong. Even though say the verse for your husband, even though say when I get marital issues, so but that does not give you the right to tear up your husband passport.
Just take him down.
All right, carry on. Yes, we didn't need his commentary. I think.
Yeah, so somebody's talking there, or what? What's going on?
No, carry on.
So woman, there's some topics I want to talk to you. Not this very one. This one would be maybe when Doopsy Baby is here. Me and her can banter on that one. I like to. I like my me. I like to be. So anyway, yeah. So look on by my like him to do the. But anyway, for me, you see, I think the guy said it. There's an underlying deeper issue than what we just saw in that 1 minute clip. I don't know. Did they arrive airport at the same time, or was it?
Yes, I think according to commentaries, they've been fighting in the plane. And then as soon as they got through the immigration space, she tore up his passport and threw it on the floor. You could see all the authorities there. They were then helping him to pick it up. But it's actually your passport is actually government property, not really yours. And it's a sign of the sovereign state. So people are actually saying that the law should have just,
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's a law like that. If there's a law, of course, it's vandalizing the government property in a sense. And if the law has any law to that effect, let them get her arrested and given the punitive measure that is equal to what she did. Not overdo it, give her Anyway, my point is that you see, people are not doing well mentally, and it's obvious from this platform when some people come here and speak crap that they do. The world is not. There's so much thing to be done in this planet Earth that we have to live for in a short amount of time in our lifetime. Than to call me every time and bicker and talk about my brothers. There's much more than all this thing we do here every day, every time. Igbo this, Yoruba this, this. No, wait. Our people are suffering mentally. Not even some people. Look at them. They just came back from abroad. Just to tell you that not everybody that lives here in abroad here that is mentally sound. It's obvious from what some people are talking about. Come here and spew every time on this platform. For the fact that I'm here in abroad does not mean that I'm mentally sound. We shall know them by their words, by what they do, but what they promote.
Don't mind. I think you're very disrespectful. Why do you keep going after people on the platform who are co-panelists like you? Rational mind. No. It's high time. It's high time someone addressed you.
I don't.
Rational mind.
Dude, can you shut this guy down? Can you shut this guy down? One man, shut this guy down. Shut this guy down, please.
It's not about shutting
No, Emeka, please now. No.
One man. You are tolerating this.
No. Hold on.
Enigmatic called you out on this.
We are fighting too many. Can you hold on, my guy, please? We are fighting too many fires in the course of this session. I've just done a round with enigmatic. Hold on.
Put rational mind. I have listened to it enough. I have, and it is disrespectful to people who. No, rational and one man, please. Can I speak too?
All right. I'm going to end the session right now. Enough is enough. That's it. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.